Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Kylie. The thing about working for David Lyle Reed is that it's equal parts exhilarating and infuriating. He's the kind of man who can silence a boardroom with a glance, charm investors with a smirk, and ruin my entire week with one carelessly barked order. And I, his secretary, his schedule wrangler, his unofficial crisis manager, get a front row seat to all of it. From the outside, he's the dream. 6 foot something, broad-shouldered storm gray eyes that belong on a GQ cover, and hair that looks like it's been tousled by a stylist who charges more than my monthly rent. He's always in a suit, always crisp and commanding, with cufflinks that gleam and shoes that whisper money against the marble floors of Reed Tower. From the inside? Well, I know the truth. Beneath all that polish and steel is a man who keeps me up at night in more ways than one. Sometimes because he's a demanding boss. Sometimes because he's buried between my thighs. Not that anyone in this office would ever guess. Miss Morgan. His voice rumbles across the glass-walled hallway before I even see him. Speak of the devil in Armani. I glance up from my desk as he strides toward me, phone pressed to his ear, a file tucked under his arm. He's walking fast, jaw tight, brows drawn together in a way that means some poor bastard on the other end of that call is getting shredded. The man radiates authority like it's stitched into his suit. And still, my body reacts the same way it always does. Traitorous heat crawling up my neck, the memory of his hands lingering where they shouldn't during office hours. I clear my throat and snap back into professional mode. Good morning to you too, Mr. Reed. He lifts a hand. Hold on, wait, still on the call. His tone is ice. If you can't deliver the figures I asked for, then don't bother showing up to the meeting. That's not a request. That's your last warning. Ouch. Somewhere, a grown man is crying into his tie. David ends the call and finally turns that storm gray stare on me. It's sharp, assessing. Coffee. I arch a brow. You know, most people say, please. His lips twitch. Not a smile, but close. Most people aren't late on my quarterly reports. Most people also don't keep me here until midnight signing contracts. But hey, who's counting? I rise from my chair, smoothing my pencil skirt, and brush past him deliberately. His gaze dips, just for a second before flicking back up. I catch it. I always do. Cream, no sugar, he calls after me. I know how you take your coffee, boss. And how you take me. Against your desk. In the back seat of your car. Once in the damn elevator after hours when security cameras were supposedly down. I don't say that part out loud, of course. By the time I return with his coffee, David is in his office. Jacket draped over his chair. Tie loosened just enough to reveal the strong line of his throat. He's scanning documents, flipping through pages with the kind of focus that makes his jaw flex. I set the mug on his desk without a word, waiting for him to notice me. He doesn't, so I clear my throat. Your 9 o'clock confirmed. The London call is rescheduled. And your mother called? Again. Want me to invent another excuse? That gets his attention. His head lifts, those eyes locking onto me like I've said something filthy. What did she want? To remind you that she's hosting dinner this weekend. Apparently, attendance isn't optional. He groans, running a hand through his hair. Of course not. I cock my head. Problem? Only that she's probably lined up with another woman she thinks I should marry. The words hang between us, heavy. We don't talk about marriage. We don't talk about love. That's the rule. But for the briefest second, something flickers in his eyes before he buries it under steel again. Clear my evening Friday, he says instead. I scribble a note on my tablet, pretending my pulse isn't doing cartwheels. Done. He leans back in his chair, sipping the coffee I brought. Eyes never leaving me. That stare of his, it's predatory, calculated, like he's stripping me bare without lifting a finger. You're awfully quiet this morning, he says finally, trying not to get fired before lunch. His mouth curves. There's the smile, rare and dangerous. You're the only one in this building I wouldn't fire. And damn him for knowing exactly how that makes my stomach flip. By 10 a.m., I've already rescheduled 2 meetings, wrangled a contract draft from legal, and blocked yet another chance coffee request from the woman David's mother introduced him to at last month's gala. I don't know what's worse, that these women actually believe they're just bumping into him, or that his mother thinks I don't notice the way she's trying to shuffle them through his calendar like one of her charity galas. Did you at least tell her I'm allergic to blind dates? David asks as he breezes out of his office, sleeves rolled up now, tie hanging loose around his neck. He looks far too good for someone who's about to bulldoze an investor call. I arch a brow. I told her you're married to the company, which, frankly, isn't far off. He smirks. Careful, Miss Morgan. If anyone overhears, they'll think you're jealous. Jealous? I let out a laugh, sharp and light. Of the women who line up to smile for your mother and hope you'll notice them? Please. My self-respect is intact. He stops just close enough for his cologne, something expensive, woodsy, and sharp, to wrap around me. He leans down slightly, voice low, for me alone. I could ruin that self-respect in about 5 minutes flat. Heat flushes up my spine. He knows exactly what he's doing, the smug bastard. I fix him with my best professional smile. Your 11 o'clock is waiting in conference room B. His grin widens as he straightens, striding away like he didn't just set my insides on fire. While he's gone, I take a second to breathe. Because that's the problem with David Lyle Reed. He's not just a good boss. He's the kind of man who gets under your skin, who takes every ounce of control you've built for yourself and strips it away with a look, a touch, a whisper against your ear. And I should know. It started 6 months ago. After a late night in the office, I'd stayed behind to help prep for a merger meeting, running on caffeine and stubborn pride. He'd come back from dinner with clients, loosened and dangerous, catching me at my desk long after everyone else had gone home. Still here? He'd asked, leaning against my doorframe like sin in a suit. Someone has to make sure you don't walk into a multi-million-dollar meeting half prepared. I'd shot back. He'd smirked, then walked straight in, shutting the door behind him. The air had shifted, charged, intimate, wrong in all the ways that felt too right. 1 kiss turned into 2. 2 turned into his tie, sliding off and my blouse half undone. By the time I'd caught my breath, I was against his desk, wondering how in the hell I'd gone from sharpening his schedule to clawing at his shoulders. We then established the rules. No dating, no commitments, and no discussing this arrangement with anyone else. This was to be purely a physical outlet. Nothing more than sex. And it's worked. Mostly. By noon, David's back in his office, and I'm juggling 3 different phone lines, trying to keep my sanity. You're brilliant, Kylie. His voice floats out between meetings. I look up, startled. That's unusually generous of you. I'm practicing gratitude, he says dryly, loosening his cufflinks. My therapist suggested it. You have a therapist? I can't help the smirk. He levels me with a look. Why does that surprise you? Because I always assumed you terrified them into early retirement. He huffs a laugh. You're insufferable. And yet, you keep me around. That earns me another one of those loaded looks, the kind that lingers a little too long, heat sparking in the space between us. For a heartbeat, the air feels thick, like we're the only two people in this entire glass and steel tower. The intercom buzzes, breaking the spell. Mr. Reed, your mother is on line 1, I say pointedly. His jaw ticks. Ignore it. Again? Especially again. I do as told, though my stomach twists, because for all his power, David Reed is still leashed by his family, and sooner or later, that leash is going to choke both of us. By 5 p.m., most of the office has emptied. It's just me and David again, the way it often is, the city glowing gold outside his floor-to-ceiling windows. I gather files into neat stacks, pretending not to notice him leaning in his doorway, watching me like I'm his personal form of entertainment. You missed lunch again? He says. I was busy. You're always busy. He strolls in, hands in his pockets, suit jacket long abandoned. He looks more like a man than a CEO now. Relaxed, dangerous, the kind of man I know too well after hours. He stops beside my desk, close enough that his thigh brushes my arm. My breath catches. David, I start, but he cuts me off. You should eat. His voice is low, softer now, carrying something that isn't command so much as concern. The words nearly undo me, because that's the other problem with him. It's not just the sex. It's the way he notices things, the way he makes me feel seen in a world where I'm supposed to stay invisible. I push my chair back, creating space. Careful, boss. People might start thinking you actually care. He leans down, eyes locked on mine, close enough that I can feel the heat of his breath against my cheek. For one wild second, I think he's going to kiss me right here. Office glass walls be damned. Instead, he smirks. 8 o'clock, my place. And just like that, the spell breaks. The rules, the deal, the arrangement we swore wouldn't mean anything. I plaster on my brightest, most professional smile. Yes, Mr. Reed. But when he turns and walks away, my chest feels too tight. Because I already know the truth I'm not ready to admit. Every time I tell myself this is just sex, just a deal, I believe it a little less.
Chapter 2. David. The city looks different from this high up. Less like a battlefield, more like a constellation I can rearrange if I just keep my hands steady. I stand by the penthouse windows with my tie in my fist and the taste of a lie still hot in my mouth. 8 o'clock. Kylie will be here any minute. I told her that like it was nothing. A standing invitation, a continuation of the rules we pretend are solid. Tonight, it's not. Tonight I need something from her that we've never asked for. The truth wrapped in a lie we both have to sell. My phone vibrates. Mother. Again. I let it buzz out, then silence the screen and stare past my reflection to the river's slow ribbon of light. The dining room smells faintly of cedar from the table I had custom built, a work of art with joints so precise you'd never find the seams. That's how power should be. Seamless. That's how I try to make everything. It's also how you lose yourself. When nothing has edges, you forget where you end. The intercom in the elevator lobby clicks. Mr. Reed, Miss Morgan for you. Send her up. I smooth my cuffs, then stop. The move is habit. Armor I put on when I'm about to tell the truth no one wants to hear. Tonight, the armor stays off. The private elevator doors part with a soft sigh. Kylie steps out in a black wrap dress that doesn't so much cling as conspire. Her hair is a sleek twist, her mouth glossed like a dare. She takes 2 steps into my space and the room sharpens, the way a lens clicks into focus. You're early, I say. You're welcome, she says, sliding past me like we don't burn. The lobby staff complimented your exceptional taste in guest lists. I assume they meant me. My list is short. That explains your personality. The banter does what it always does. Skims the surface, hides the undertow. I reach for the bottle open on the counter and pour her a glass of Barolo. She eyes it, then me. No scotch tonight? She asks. Trying to make good decisions. She accepts the wine. That a threat or a promise? Both. I gesture to the sofa. She doesn't sit. She never does until she's decided a room is safe. I can give her numbers, clean, precise. What the board needs by Monday. Who lied on Tuesday, where the bleeding is on Wednesday. I can tell her how many times Glassman's projections have been wrong, and how many signatures it will take to close the Dalton acquisition. I can even tell her the exact second in today's 11 o'clock when I realized I was letting my eyes drift to the line of her throat instead of the slide deck. None of that matters. What matters is the conversation I had an hour ago. Before we get into your schedule, I say. My schedule. Before that. The corner of my mouth twitches. I had dinner. With who? My mother. The air changes in the smallest way. No sound, just a tightening like a wire pulled a notch too far. And did you survive? She asks lightly. Bodily. I set my glass on the table, unsmiling. Not reputationally. Uh-oh. What did you do? I told the truth like a coward. Cryptic is cute. Try again. She asked who I was seeing. I meet her eyes. I told her I already am. Kylie stills. She doesn't flush. She goes very still, the way prey decides whether to run or bare teeth. You said my name? I didn't say any name. She said, bring her Friday night. David. My name isn't a reprimand so much as a contained explosion. You cannot walk into your mother's house and drop a live grenade in the souffle, and then hand me the pin like it's a corsage. You look good with the pin, I say dryly. Not the point. I move closer. Not enough to crowd. Enough to be undeniable. Come with me Friday. Absolutely not. We'll keep our rules. Our rules don't include dinner with your mother. Consider it a limited time amendment. Consider this a hard pass. Kylie. Soft. Not a command. A plea dressed as my voice. I don't like her in my life. I like her in it even less when she believes she can choose who stands next to me. That feels like a you problem. It is, I say, until she turns it into an everyone problem. Her mouth flattens. Translation? She's lining up companions like head count. Penelope Harrington is the current spreadsheet. Friday is a sales pitch I hold her gaze. I can end it. I want to end it. I need an exit she'll understand. And I'm the exit. She huffs out a breath, somewhere between a laugh and an oath. Your mother sees me, and what? Backs off? That's not how power works, and you know it. She sees you and gets a message. I'm not for sale. Kylie turns the stem of her glass between clever fingers and watches the wine deepen. I am not your message. You're the only honest thing in my day. I let that hang there, risky and true. And if we're being honest, this isn't just about Friday. Her eyes narrow. What else is it about? Today, I say. 11:15. Conference room B. You wrote, cut 30% on the pad, and I wanted to kiss you in front of Glassman for being right. That's certainly one way to end an employment relationship. I didn't, I say simply. But I wanted to. I take her empty glass and set it aside. I don't mistake competence for chemistry. I'm saying I know the difference, and we have both. My mother sees women as assets. I don't. I see you. Kylie doesn't soften. She does something better. She examines me, like a problem with too many variables. And what do you see on Friday when she tests me? I see you. Telling her with one smile she doesn't get to dictate who's worthy. I see me getting fired on Monday. A laugh blindsides me. I would fire myself before I'd fire you. Now there's a headline. She folds her arms. The dress pulls. a slash of silk over skin that has undone me more times than I'll admit. Ground rules, she says. If I play your fake for a night, we draw new lines. We have lines. Not for family warfare. She ticks off with a finger. 1. I'm not your shield if you decide to poke the bear and then get mauled. 2. No public affection you wouldn't show to a stranger you respect. 3. You don't introduce me to anyone as your secretary. You're not just my secretary. That's sweet, she says, and manages to make sweet sound like a dagger. But Friday is theater, not a promotion. Noted. I tip my head. 4? 4 is mine. She leans in, eyes level with mine, steady enough to stand a building on. If at any point it stops feeling safe, I walk. You don't follow. You don't argue. You don't ask for one more minute. I don't blink. Done. Her brows lift, surprised, as if she expected me to haggle. I don't. Non-negotiables deserve clean signatures. She exhales, the sound a little like relief and a little like warning. Wardrobe? Whatever makes you feel dangerous. That's a yes to wardrobe and a no to your black card. I smile. I'll survive. Will you? She studies me. 'Cause this is a very pretty idea until we're at a table with Crystal and history and your mother asked me where my people summer. What then, David? Then you ask her why hers stopped learning last century. Kylie blinks and the corner of her mouth starts to rebel into a smile before she catches it. You are going to get me killed. I don't let anyone touch what's mine. See, there you go again, she says softly, not quite teasing. Saying the quiet part like it's gospel. Before I can answer, my phone lights the coffee table with Mother's name again. I don't pick up. Kylie watches the name flash and fade. There's something like sympathy in her face, quick and almost hidden. What exactly did you tell her? She asks. That I'm seeing someone. Serious. The word tastes strange. Not wrong, heavy. And she said, bring her. My mouth thins. She smiled like victory. Let me guess, Kylie says dryly. She didn't specify whether the woman was breathing. I grin despite myself. I like you too much. She scoffs. You like that? I can keep up. Both can be true. They usually aren't, she says, and sets her glass down. Fine. I'll go. For one night. On my terms, she holds up a finger. And I reserve the right to lie as needed. I would expect nothing less. Her gaze skates over my open collar, lingering just long enough for my pulse to answer. She pulls back first. Good. Now that the calendar chaos is resolved, where's dinner? I skipped lunch to retype the contract you redlined into an obituary. I blink. You did skip lunch. Someone noticed, she murmurs. I always notice. I cross to the kitchen and lift lids. Charred lemon chicken, grilled broccolini, saffron couscous. I almost ordered in from the club after Mother left, but the idea of her flavor lingering in my rooms made me light the stove out of spite. Sit, I say. Let me fix a plate. Is that a command? It's a request. I hand her a fork, which I'm very bad at. Practice makes perfect. She takes a bite and hums. The sound goes through me like a match. God, that's good. I'm multi-talented. Don't ruin it, she says around another bite. Let me imagine you slaved like a peasant over a hot stove. Clarify the terms and I'll consider it. The terms are thank you, and more. I pile more on her plate and less on mine, then watch her eat with a satisfaction I'm not proud of. She notices, of course she does, and points her fork at me. Your turn, she says. I take a bite because she asked. Because she doesn't ask often. She keeps people at arm's length with a smile that says, don't worry, I already took care of it. Watching her lower her guard for a plate of food I made does something to me I don't have language for. If Mother walked in now, she'd call it weakness. I call it oxygen. Kylie sets her fork down. So Friday is a performance. We'll outline talking points. I don't need talking points. You do, she says, crisp again. Because you're going to want to defend me when she gets sharp, and if you lead with emotion, she'll eat you like an hors d'oeuvre. So we smile and redirect. We let her underestimate, and then we make her work to catch up. That sounds like fun. That sounds like survival. She taps her nail on the rim of her glass. Where's this dinner? Reed House. She goes still again. The museum with a mortgage. It's a home. It's a cathedral, she says, and there's no awe in it, just diagnosis. What time? 7. Car? I'll send one for you. No? A beat. I'll meet you there. Why? In case I need to leave. She says it exactly as she means it. Not a threat. A plan. Remember Rule 4. I remember everything. I don't apologize for the words as they land between us, heavier than I intended. Kylie's lashes flicker. She drains the rest of her wine and sets the glass down carefully, like anything else might break. We should, she gestures between us, get out of each other's way before we forget why we're here. We're here because I asked. I step into her space, careful as an engineer. And because you said yes. She tilts her head. Don't let it get to your head. It already did. The elevator hums to life before either of us moves. She glances toward the doors, then back at me, and something unguarded crosses her face. Want? Yes, but layered with something rarer in my world. Belief that a person could choose you against their best interest. I step back first. She exhales like I've returned oxygen to the room. I'll send you details, I say. Wardrobe is mine, she reminds. Obviously. She walks to the elevator, hips a line I could draw with closed eyes. At the threshold, she glances over her shoulder. One more rule, she says. I thought we negotiated. I'm adding as we go. Her mouth curves. If your mother asks me my intentions, I'll tell her the truth. A beat. Which is? To survive dinner, Kylie says, then lets her gaze skate down and back up, heat like silk. And to make you sweat. The elevator door slides shut on my laugh. When the quiet returns, so does the rest of my life. Numbers. Contracts. A family table set like a chessboard where I'm expected to move exactly as predicted. I collect the plates, rinse the glasses, and let my mind run the sequence. Friday. A ballroom disguised as a dining room. Portraits of men who were never told no. A mother who measures women by the weight of their last names. And Kylie, walking in on her own terms with edges that don't blur, a compass unspun by old money or old rules. I grab my phone and type the only message that matters. Friday, 7 o'clock, Reed House. I'll meet you at the gate. 3 dots appear, then vanish. When her reply lands, it's a single word that has the force of a clause in a contract and the electricity of a match in a dark room. Confirmed. I slide the phone into my pocket and look out over my city, and for the first time all day, the chaos feels like it's breaking my way. Because my lie has a spine now. It has a name. And she's about to teach my world what happens when something real walks into a room built on performance. Friday, my mother will have her dinner, and I will have Kylie at my side.
Chapter 3. Kylie. Reed House looks like the kind of place that eats women like me for breakfast. It's not just a mansion. It's a cathedral of money. Stone columns, sprawling lawns, chandeliers glowing through tall windows like someone bottled starlight and hung it inside. The car David sent me glides up the circular drive, tires whispering across the kind of gravel that costs more than my monthly rent. I step out, heels clicking, black silk dress smoothing against my skin like armor. I breathe once, deep, before the front doors open. And there he is, David. Gray suit, perfect tie, hands tucked in his pockets like he owns not just the house, but the world it sits on. When his eyes catch mine, something sharp flickers across his face, before he masks it with that lethal calm. He crosses the stone steps to meet me, hand offered like we're about to perform a scene in a play neither of us rehearsed. "You're late," he murmurs. "You're insufferable." I take his hand anyway. His palm is warm, steady, and my stomach flips. He leans in, low enough only I hear. "You look dangerous." "Good. I plan to be." His mouth curves, but he doesn't answer. Instead, he guides me inside. The entrance hall is all marble and portraits. Generations of Reeds glare down from gilt frames, gray eyes replicated in oil and arrogance. David walks like he belongs here. I walk like I'm not sure if I'm supposed to genuflect or flip someone off. "You grew up in this museum?" I whisper as we pass another portrait of a man who looks like David, minus the charm. "House," David corrects. "House?" I arch a brow. It's twice the size of my high school. Still smaller than Mother thinks it should be. I bite back a laugh. Of course it is. The dining room is worse. Long tables stretched like a runway, crystal catching the chandelier light, staff gliding like shadows. At the head sits Margaret Reed. I know immediately who she is, not because David told me, but because the room bends around her. Silver hair cut sharp, eyes colder than the marble floors, lips curved in a smile that isn't a smile at all. "David," she says, rising. Her voice is velvet stretched too tight. Then her gaze cuts to me. "And you must be—" "Kylie Morgan." I extend a hand. "His secretary." David's fingers tighten on mine, sharp warning. But I keep my smile steady. Margaret's eyes flicker, amused. "How unconventional." "Unconventional is trending," I say lightly. "You should see the stock reports." A beat of silence. Then, to my surprise, one of the uncles at the far end chuckles. Margaret's smile thins. Dinner begins. It's the kind of spread that makes me want to sneak a photo just to prove it's real. Crystal glasses, courses with names I can't pronounce, forks I'm not sure I'm using correctly. But if I'm intimidated, I don't show it. That's the trick. Act like you own the room, and half the time the room believes you. Margaret, of course, is testing me. "Kylie, where did you study?" she asks, cutting into her lamb with surgeon precision. "Brooklyn College." I sip my wine, calm. "Business administration." A faint lift of her brow. "Not Ivy League." "True." I set my glass down. "But I graduated debt-free, which, if you run the numbers, is the smarter investment." A ripple of laughter from the other end. Margaret doesn't laugh. David hides a smirk behind his glass. She tries again. "And what do your parents do?" "My mother teaches. My father runs a hardware store." "How quaint." "Profitable, actually." I tilt my head. "The supply chain's been wild. Margins are up." David coughs into his napkin. I don't think it's because of the lamb. Margaret's eyes narrow. "Do you imagine yourself fitting into this life, Miss Morgan?" There it is, the barb, the quiet, sharpened blade. I smile, sweet as poison. I don't have to imagine. I'm already here. David's hand brushes mine under the table, brief but electric. Agreement, approval, something hotter, something dangerous. The rest of dinner plays out like a tennis match. Margaret lobs, I return. She's testing, probing, trying to find cracks, and every time she does, David steps in, not aggressively but with subtle reinforcement. A quiet, "Kylie's right," a nod, a glance that says we're on the same team. It shouldn't matter. It's pretend. But every time his gray eyes meet mine, something twists deeper. By dessert, Margaret has retreated into icy silence. Victory, I realize, feels a lot like surviving. When the plates are cleared and the staff glides away, David leans in. "You were brilliant." I arch a brow. I stabbed your mother with nothing but adjectives. I deserve a medal. You'll get one. His smile is slow, private. Later. Heat flashes low in my belly. I push back from the table before I do something reckless, like kiss him in front of his entire family. Enjoy the souffle, Reed. I'm calling my car. I'll drive you. I don't need saving. His gaze catches mine, steady and unshakable. You didn't tonight. But you'll let me anyway. And damn...
Chapter 4. David. The danger is how badly I want her to. And now, in the hush of the car, I can't stop staring at her. I pull away from the estate, city lights rising in the distance. Kylie sits beside me, legs crossed, her black dress cutting a sharp line against the leather seats. Her hair's loosened a little, a few strands brushing her cheek. She looks flawless, dangerous, untouchable. Except she isn't. I know her well enough to see the faint tightness in her jaw, the way her hand taps once against her thigh before she stills it. She's wound tight beneath the poise. You were brilliant, I say into the quiet. Her lips curve, but it's edged. I'm not sure your mother agrees. She doesn't agree with oxygen. That earns me the smallest laugh. I lean back, watching her profile in the glow of passing headlights. You handled her. She tried to gut me with a smile. I figured a smile back was fair. She glances at me, eyes sharp. But you didn't have to step in. Yes, I did. Something flickers in her expression, gone before I can name it. She looks away, out at the blur of the city. We reach her building too soon. Kylie. David. Her tone mirrors mine, dry. I'll walk you up. That's not necessary. I wasn't asking. Her sigh is theatrical. You're exhausting. And yet, here you are. Her eyes cut back to mine, sparking, and for one suspended second, the air between us hums like a live wire. Upstairs, her apartment smells like cinnamon and ink. It's small but warm, walls lined with books and sketches. A half-finished design sprawls across the coffee table, pencil smudges trailing where her hand must have lingered. She toes off her heels with a groan. God, I missed you, she mutters to them. I lean against her counter, loosening my tie. Nice place, she arches a brow. That sounded suspiciously like surprise. Not surprise. Context. Context. You fit better here than at that table. She laughs, sharp but not unkind. Yeah, well. At least here the portraits don't glare. We drift closer without meaning to. She pours herself a glass of water, offers me one. Our hands brush as I take it. The touch is nothing. The touch is everything. You were impressive tonight, I say quietly. Her eyes narrow. You already said that. I meant it twice. She studies me like she's trying to read what game I'm playing. You made it convincing, she says finally. It was supposed to be convincing. No, David. You made it too convincing. I set my glass down. And what about you? You looked at me like it wasn't pretend. Her breath catches. Just barely. Then she shakes her head, sharp. This is dangerous. Good. I step closer. Let it be dangerous. The space shrinks to nothing. She's standing by the counter, back against the edge, eyes locked on mine. I reach up, tuck that loose strand of hair behind her ear. She doesn't move. Doesn't stop me. Kylie, I murmur. Don't. Her voice is quiet, but her hand curls against my chest instead of pushing me away. Tell me you don't want this, I say. She doesn't answer, so I kiss her. It's not polished, not careful. It's hungry, sharp, a clash of everything we've been holding back. She tastes like wine and defiance, her fingers fisting in my shirt as I press closer. Her lips part, and I take, deepening it, one hand sliding to her waist, the other braced on the counter. She gasps, and I drink the sound like it's mine. When we break apart, we're both breathing hard. Her forehead rests against mine, eyes shut. Her lips taste like wine and danger. The moment Kylie pulls me down into that kiss, it's like every sharp edge from tonight detonates at once. The barbs from my mother, the way Kylie sparred back without flinching, the glances that lingered too long. All of it collides here against her kitchen counter, with her mouth hot and furious against mine. She fists her hand in my shirt, dragging me closer. I grip her waist, fingers sliding down the curve of her buttocks, pulling her against the hardness she's already driving out of me. She gasps into my mouth, and I take it, deepening the kiss until it's nothing but teeth and heat and hunger. "This wasn't part of the deal," she breathes when we break, voice ragged. "Neither was tonight," I murmur, lips brushing her jaw, her throat, the soft pulse fluttering under her skin. Her laugh is shaky, breathless. "You're impossible, and you're mine." The words slip out before I can stop them. Her nails scrape down my chest. "Don't start claiming me, Reed. Then stop kissing me like you already are." She shoves me back against the counter, her dress slipping up her thigh as she steps between my legs. Her eyes are wild, daring me to keep up. "I do. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules." Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixa Vaughn audiobook is available at vixavaughnromance.com, and with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. She shifts, turning her head to glance back at me. Her hair is wild, her cheeks flushed, her lips swollen, and she smiles. Dangerous, wicked, beautiful. "This wasn't part of the deal," she murmurs again. I press a kiss to her damp skin. "Neither was tonight. Neither is wanting you like this." She closes her eyes, and for once she doesn't have a sharp comeback. And I realize this was meant to be fake. Pretend. A shield against my mother. But nothing about this feels like pretending anymore.
Oh, so you think you're ready for some hockey romance, huh? Baby, you don't even know what you're about to step into.
This is not your grandma's romance collection.
No, sir. We're talking muscles on the ice, dirty talking men who can handle a stick. And I do mean every kind of stick.
8 full-length audiobooks, over 30 hours of heat, sass, and love stories that'll melt more than just the ice.
And honey, these aren't just some regular old stories. These are the kind that'll have you fanning yourself, yelling at your headphones, and staying up till 3 a.m. talking about one more chapter.
Normally, a collection like this would cost you a small fortune.
But baby, you know we don't play like that. Right now, it's already sitting at a jaw-dropping 70% off.
If you order today and use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40, that's VIXA40.
Boom. Even bigger savings. That's right. Your romance binge just got cheaper than your last DoorDash order.
One click, endless passion.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 5. Kylie. If I've learned anything about sleeping with your boss, it's that the morning after should come with hazard pay, especially when your boss is David Reed. I wake with his mouth still in my memory, his weight pressed into my skin, the sound of his voice when he spilled inside me whispering at the edges of sleep. Dangerous, reckless, addictive. The kind of night that makes you forget you ever had rules. But daylight is merciless. By the time I stride into Reed Tower, heels sharp against the marble lobby, my armor is back on. Hair pinned, blouse buttoned, smile neutral, professional. I am not the woman who let him screw her against her own kitchen counter. I am his secretary, and I need to remember that. The first crack in the day comes in the form of a flower. It's sitting on my desk when I arrive, A single white rose, no vase, no note. Just laid across my keyboard like an accusation. I glance around. The bullpen is buzzing with early calls, assistants juggling files, interns tripping over themselves. No one is looking at me. Secret admirer? Marla from accounting passes with a stack of folders, smirking. I force a laugh. Probably a prank. But my fingers hesitate before moving the flower aside. The petals are too soft, too deliberate. By mid-morning, the second crack arrives. My phone buzzes with a new message from an unknown number. You looked beautiful last night. The screen burns hot in my hand. My pulse spikes. I delete it immediately. Probably a wrong number. Probably nothing. But the way the words crawl under my skin tells me otherwise. Miss Morgan, I snap my head up. David is standing outside his office, jacket off, sleeves rolled to his forearms, the picture of authority with a side of sin. His storm gray eyes flicker to the rose still lying on my desk. New suitor? His voice is dry, but there's an edge there. I lift my chin. Why, jealous? He smirks, stepping closer. Depends. Should I be? Not unless you're competing with the florist down the street. Our eyes lock. Heat simmers. Memory surges. His hand braced on my counter, his breath hot against my ear. I blink hard, forcing it back down. Professional. Neutral. Safe. Your 11 o'clock is waiting, I say, sliding the file toward him. His lips twitch. Cold, Miss Morgan. Very cold. Boundaries, Mr. Reed. For a heartbeat, his eyes darken. Want, defiance. Something he won't say here. Then he takes the file and disappears into his office. What's left of the day is chaos. Phone calls, contracts, a board presentation that needs rewriting. I bury myself in it, grateful for the distraction. Every time David strides past my desk, the air shifts, heavy and electric, but I keep my gaze locked on my screen. We agreed, if you can call what we're doing agreeing, that it's just sex, that last night was a mistake, that nothing changes. I catch him watching me more than once, that unreadable expression pulling at the edges of my control. At lunch, I escape to the break room, craving 5 minutes of quiet. My phone buzzes again. Another unknown message. You don't belong with him. The words crawl across my screen, colder this time. My throat goes dry. I glance around the empty room, suddenly aware of how the humming refrigerator and fluorescent lights feel too loud, too exposed. It has to be a prank. Someone is messing with me, but my gut twists, the kind of instinct you don't ignore. I shove the phone deep in my bag and inhale. Professional, neutral, safe. When I return to my desk, David glances up from his office. His eyes sharpen, scanning my face. For a terrifying second, I think he sees everything. But I paste on my smile. Your next call is ready. His mouth curves. Not a smile. Something darker. Always ahead of me. Always watching, too. By the time the day ends, the rose is still on my desk, the message is still in my head, and David Reed is still a problem I can't solve. And somewhere in the shadows, someone else is watching.
Chapter 60. David. Control is supposed to be my specialty. In the boardroom, I can silence grown men with a single look. At Reed House, I can sit across from my mother's arsenal of barbed questions and not so much as flinch. But here, in my own damn office, I'm coming undone by the sound of Kylie laughing at another man's joke. This was never supposed to be complicated. The deal we made months ago was clean. Late nights, closed doors, no promises. She'd had her heart broken before, an ex who took and took until she learned that wanting more was dangerous. And I've lived my whole life under my mother's microscope, every relationship dissected, Every woman turned into a chess piece. Couldn't give anyone more than stolen hours and sweat-dampened sheets. So we struck a bargain. Mutual. Safe. But the truth? I wanted her long before that night we crossed the line. I noticed her the first week she worked here. Sharp voice, quicker wit, that fire in her eyes when she told me to get my own damn coffee because she wasn't a barista. Everyone else in this building tiptoes around me. Kylie didn't. She never has. I told myself it was lust, that watching the sway of her hips as she walked away was biology, nothing more. But it wasn't just that. It was the way she remembered every detail, anticipated problems before they existed, called me out when I was unbearable, and didn't blink when I barked. I've been looking at her like she's mine far longer than I've been allowed to touch her. And now, seeing her laugh with Carter, from finance, too much cologne, too much hair product, too much time leaning against her desk when he should be calculating projections. I should be reviewing the Dalton merger documents. Instead, I'm watching through the glass as Carter leans too close, pointing something out on his phone. Kylie laughs, soft, warm, the kind of laugh I've bled for. My jaw tightens. The pen in my hand snaps. Ink bleeds across my palm. Damn! I toss it aside, grab another, force my gaze back to the contract. But my eyes betray me, drifting again to her. She's still smiling at him. By the time Carter finally drifts back to his corner, I've convinced myself I won't say anything. That would be a weakness. Except the second she steps into my office with a file, I can't stop myself. Carter seems to be enjoying himself today, I say, casual on the surface, sharp underneath. She blinks, then tilts her head, reading me like she always does. If you're about to start critiquing finance again, take a number. I wasn't critiquing his work. Her mouth curves. Oh, then what were you critiquing? The way he looked at you. The way you laughed like I wasn't sitting right here. I clear my throat. His time management. She snorts. Sure, let's call it that. Her eyes glitter with mischief. She knows. She knows exactly what I meant. Later, between calls, she appears at my door with my coffee. Black. Cream. No sugar. Always right. She sets it down, leans just slightly against the desk. Busy morning? I glance at her. Her lipstick is the faintest pink, her blouse tucked into a pencil skirt that shows off curves I've had my hands on. The memory is instant, visceral. Her gasps, her nails in my back. Brutal, I say finally. She sips her own cup. I heard Carter's planning another joke run later. Should I pencil you in for some light jealousy around 2? I choke on my coffee. Jealousy? Her smirk widens. Relax, Reed. I'm only teasing. I lean back, studying her. Careful, Morgan. Teasing can be dangerous. She arches a brow. Only if the wrong person overhears! And she walks out, hips swaying just enough to kill me. By late afternoon, the tension is unbearable. She's efficient as ever, fielding calls, rescheduling meetings, sliding files onto my desk without breaking stride. To anyone else, she's the perfect professional. To me, she's a constant reminder of every line we've already crossed. When the office finally quiets, I can't take it anymore. Kylie, I call, voice rougher than intended. She appears in my doorway, tablet in hand. Yes, Mr. Reed? I nod toward the door. Close it. She hesitates, then does. The soft click makes the air shift, thick and private. I stand, coming around the desk, stopping too close. Her chin tips up, defiant. What is this about? She asks, voice steady. I let my gaze roam, her hair pulled sleek, the curve of her mouth, the sharp tilt of her brow daring me to speak. I murmur, You laugh too easily. Her brows lift. Excuse me. With him, a slow smile curves her lips. Ah, Carter. I was wondering how long it would take you. I don't rise to it. I step closer instead, close enough that the scent of her, Something warm, clean, intoxicating slides under my guard. Keep laughing with him if you want, I say softly, but don't expect me not to notice. Her breath catches, but she masks it with a smirk. So, you were jealous. I lean in, my mouth brushing just near her ear, not touching. I don't get jealous. I get even. She shivers. Just slightly. Enough. Then she pulls back, mask snapping into place, eyes sparking. Dangerous words, boss. Good, I say, let them be dangerous. She leaves me standing there, glass door clicking shut behind her. To anyone watching, it's nothing. Just another closed-door exchange between CEO and secretary. But I know better, because tonight when I close my eyes, I won't see contracts or numbers. I'll see her laugh, and I'll hate that it wasn't for me.
Chapter 7. Kylie. Mondays are usually brutal, coffee-fueled, spreadsheet-heavy, the kind of grind that makes you question all your life choices. But this Monday, David Reed strolls into the bullpen, with his sleeves rolled and a rare, almost human smile tugging at his mouth. That's how I know something's up. He stops by my desk, eyes flicking over the files I've already sorted. Staff meeting, 5 minutes. I blink. That's unusual? So am I. He strides off before I can roll my eyes. 5 minutes later, the bullpen is crammed into the glass-walled conference space, everyone buzzing like it's Christmas morning. David stands at the head of the table, calm and commanding in a charcoal suit, the kind of man who looks like he belongs on the cover of Forbes. I've decided, he says, voice smooth. We all need a break. There's a beat of stunned silence. Then the room erupts. A break? From David Reed? Half the staff looks like they might faint. He lifts a hand, silencing them instantly. Reed Tower has had a brutal quarter. Long hours, heavy lifts, all of you keeping this place standing. You've earned some time away. This weekend, we're heading to Lake Geneva, Illinois, a company retreat. The room explodes again. Cheers, groans. Someone in marketing actually claps. Lake Geneva. Of course. Because when billionaires say retreat, they don't mean a cheap conference hotel with stale muffins. They mean glossy wood lodges overlooking private lakes, every cabin stocked with cashmere blankets and overpriced wine. I glance around at my coworkers. Marla from accounting is already whispering about spa packages. Carter from finance fist pumps like we're heading to Vegas. Jenna from HR is bouncing in her seat, muttering about team building exercises like she's just been handed the Olympics. And then there's me. Sitting with my tablet, pretending I don't already feel the weight of what this means. Several days of forced proximity with David Reed. Fantastic. Miss Morgan, David says, cutting through the chatter. His storm gray eyes pin mine across the room. You'll coordinate logistics, pairings, cabins, activities, everything. Of course, I force a smile. Naturally. And, he adds, you're paired with me. A ripple of whispers shoots across the room like static. Marla's brows shoot up. Carter smirks. Jenna actually squeaks. I glare at him, sharp and silent, but he just gives me that smug half smile that says, try and stop me. Perfect. Just perfect. By Friday evening, the retreat lodge looms ahead like a billionaire's fever dream. Nestled among tall pines, the building sprawls across the lakeside, with cedar beams and glass walls reflecting the water. A stone fireplace big enough to roast a cow glows in the lobby, while the staff moves like ghosts in crisp uniforms. The air smells of pine and wood smoke. It's so beautiful, it almost feels unreal. I step out of the shuttle with the rest of the staff, tugging my blazer tighter against the chill. Executives chatter, phones buzz, people already posting pictures like they're on vacation. And then David steps off behind me. Black half-zip, tailored slacks, hair tousled by the wind. He looks like this place was built for him. His gaze lands on me, sharp, steady, possessive in a way that makes my skin heat under my blazer. "Miss Morgan," he says smoothly. "Welcome to Lake Geneva." "Mr. Reed," I reply sweetly. "Ready for trust falls and icebreakers?" His mouth twitches. My idea of hell. Good. Maybe we'll bond. At the lodge's grand dining hall, I collapse into a chair, muscles aching. David takes the seat beside me, perfectly composed as if he hadn't just carried half our obstacle course team on his back. "You enjoy watching me suffer," I mutter. "Immensely," he says, sipping his wine. "Though I'll admit you're surprisingly competent with the canoe." "Surprisingly?" "You almost tipped us 3 times. That was sabotage." "On your part, clearly." I glare. He smirks. The table around us chuckles like they're watching some unscripted reality show. Later, when the retreat winds down and the staff trickles off to their assigned cabins, I finally get a moment to breathe. My cabin is tucked into the trees, cozy with a stone fireplace and plaid blankets that probably cost more than my monthly salary. I tell myself I'm fine, that it's just another night, that the tension of being glued to David's side all day isn't still simmering under my skin. Then I see it, a shadow, outside my window, tall, unmoving, just beyond the tree line. My heart slams. I freeze, breath shallow, eyes straining. But when I yank the curtains back wider, there's nothing, just trees, just darkness. I force a laugh at myself, shaky and thin. Get a grip, Kylie. Still, unease prickles across my skin. A knock startles me out of my spiral. I yank the door open to find David standing there, hands in his pockets, hair mussed from the mountain wind. "You didn't come to the fire pit," he says. I was tired. His eyes narrow slightly. "You look rattled." "I'm fine." "Kylie." His tone is low, insistent, the one that doesn't leave room for argument. I cross my arms. I thought this retreat was about trust building, not interrogation. "Consider this me building trust," he says evenly, by noticing when something's wrong. The way he's looking at me, sharp, protective, too close, makes my chest tighten. I look away. I thought I saw someone outside. Instantly, his jaw tightens. Where? By the window. It was probably nothing. A shadow. He steps inside without waiting for an invitation, scanning the cabin like he's searching for threats. It should annoy me. Instead, it makes something warm curl low in my stomach. "Stay close," he says finally, turning back to me. I arch a brow. "To you?" His mouth curves, but his eyes are dead serious. "Exactly." The air thickens. So I force a smirk. "What is this, Mr. Reed?" Concern? Or an excuse to monopolize me for the rest of the retreat? "Both," he says simply. And that's the problem. How am I going to
Chapter 8. David. Shadows shouldn't shake me. I grew up with darker things, rooms where my mother sharpened her words like knives, boardrooms where men twice my age waited for me to falter. I don't flinch at shadows. But when Kylie tells me she saw someone outside her cabin, something inside me coils tight, because she isn't supposed to be afraid. Not the woman who faced down Margaret Reed with nothing but a smile. Now she's standing barefoot on the rug, hair falling loose around her shoulders, arms crossed like armor that isn't working. "I told you it was probably nothing," she says, but her voice is thin, and her eyes flick toward the window again. I step closer. "And if it wasn't?" Her jaw tightens. "Then I should buy better curtains." I almost smile, almost. You deflect when you're scared, and you brood when you don't get your way. We're inches apart now. Her chin tips up, defiant as ever. but I can see the tremor in her throat. "Let me stay," I murmur. Her brows arch. "What are you, security detail now?" "Yes." My voice is steady. "Until I know you're safe." The air between us hums. She searches my face like she's weighing whether to push me back out the door. But then her shoulders drop and she exhales. "Fine," she mutters, "but you're sleeping on the couch." The couch is laughable. Too short, too narrow. I lower myself onto it anyway, jacket draped over a chair, tie tossed aside. She pads into the bathroom and I hear the soft rush of water, the clink of glass. When she returns, her makeup's gone, her skin fresh, her hair a tumble of curls. She's wearing an oversized t-shirt that hits mid-thigh, and it's the most dangerous thing I've ever seen. "You're staring," she says, sliding into bed. "You make it difficult not to." She smirks faintly, pulling the blanket up. "Control yourself, Reed." I stretch out on the couch, pretending it doesn't creak, pretending I can sleep with her 10 feet away, smelling like lavender and heat. I last maybe 5 minutes. "Kylie." Her groan is muffled by the pillow. "What now?" "This couch is a war crime." Poor billionaire, struggling with a lumpy cushion. "Switch with me." Her laugh is low, husky. Not a chance. I give up pretending. I cross the room, sit at the edge of her bed. She shifts, blinking up at me in the dim light. "You're impossible," she mutters. "So are you." I reach out, brushing a strand of hair from her cheek. She stills, eyes wide. "David, you don't have to be afraid," I say softly. "Not with me." Something in her expression breaks. Just a flicker, but it's enough. She leans up, presses her mouth to mine, and the rules go up in flames, with a palm that slides up her side, slow enough for her to lean away if she wants. She doesn't. She sways closer. My thumb fits against the notch under her ribs, counting out breaths like a metronome. I angle down and she tips her face up. The kiss is slow at first, tentative, as if we're both testing whether this is another line we're allowed to cross. But then her hand fists in my shirt, tugging me down, and I'm lost. Looks like this scene is getting a little too naughty for YouTube's guidelines, so we're putting a pause on this pleasure. Don't forget, you can grab the unabridged version of any of these audiobooks from BWWM.com. Claim your discount with YouTube exclusive code VAIX40. Should we get back to it? "Okay?" I ask, fingers tracing idle patterns at her waist. She nods against me. "Better than okay." A pause. "You?" I huff a laugh that sounds dangerously close to contentment. "I'm non-functional." "Good." She smiles against my skin. "Evener." "Not a word." "Then I'm inventing one." She lifts her head, searches my face. "You were careful with me." "Was I?" I tuck a stray curl at her temple. "I thought I was selfish." "You asked," she says. "You checked. You waited at the edge so I could leap first." Her gaze dips. "That matters." "It matters to me that you want this," I say. "Not because of the retreat or the scare or the way we've been orbiting each other all month. Because you want me." She kisses my sternum. "I want you." The sentence loosens something in me I didn't realize was bound. A rope around the ribs, a knot under the heart. I press a kiss to her temple and stay, because for once I don't have to be anywhere else. When I return, she's sprawled on the bed like a queen taking inventory of her new kingdom. I clean her carefully, and her expression goes soft, leaving my throat sting. When I'm done, she steals the cloth, dabs at me in retaliation, absurdly tender. "You keep that in your retreat checklist?" she teases lightly. "Tea, sign-in sheets, post-sex aftercare. Would it impress you if I said yes? It would terrify me if you said no." I climb back into bed. She scoots closer until we are a tangle of limbs. The lamplight seems to settle into our skin, a kind of benediction. Outside, someone laughs far off, A team-building group probably sneaking extra s'mores by the bonfire. The lake whispers at the shore. The wind hushes the pines again. The room is its own weather pattern, warm fronts and slow thunder. "Earlier," she says into the quiet, "you asked if I still wanted you on the couch." "I was fishing. You were worrying." She looks up. "I don't want you on the couch." "Excellent." I let my palm rest heavy and sure on her hip. "Because I don't want to be anywhere but here." "Don't make promises you can't keep." "Then I'll make one I can." I swallow. The words feel dangerous and necessary. This wasn't an accident of proximity or adrenaline. It wasn't a mistake. Tomorrow when the sun's up and we're back in our roles and I'm scowling at the logistics team because the kayak rental vendor shorted us, I'll still want you. I'll still ask before I touch you. I'll still make sure you feel safe. And if you want to hit pause at any point, we hit pause. Her eyes search mine, and whatever she finds there seems to ease something in her shoulders. "You're a good man, David." I shake my head. "I'm trying to be the kind of man you deserve." "You're allowed to be wanted," she says, smiling like she's letting me in on a secret. "Not just useful. Wanted." The word settles low in me, heavy and right. "By you?" "By me." I look at the ceiling beams and think of all the edges I've sanded off myself to fit into the world I built. I look back at her and vow not to sand down this, not to make us neat. "You should sleep," I say, brushing a thumb under her eye. "Big day tomorrow, trust falls." "God," she groans. "If Andy drops me, I'm suing. I'll catch you." The words are out before I can make a joke of them. I mean them too literally. Kylie goes quiet then, eyes shining not with tears but with something fiercer. She draws my hand to her mouth, kisses my palm, then turns and tucks herself into my side. Her leg hooks over mine. I cradle her as if she belongs there, because she does. Because I want her to, because maybe wanting is allowed. Minutes pass. Maybe hours. I drift in that sweet, strange place where sleep grazes the edges and leaves us untouched. Every so often she sighs and I feel it ripple across my chest. Every so often I press a kiss into her hair and breathe in the warm, faint scent of her shampoo, peppermint layered over cedar. Calm. "David," she murmurs when the wind rises again. "This doesn't have to be perfect." "I know." I stroke her back, slow. "It just has to be ours." She hums, satisfied. "Still not the couch." "Never the couch." I kiss her temple. "Not when I can hold you." "Bossy," she teases, sleep thickening her voice. "David," I remind her. She smiles against my skin. "David." I don't make grand declarations. I don't ask for forever, like it's a line item on a budget. I lay there imprinting the weight of her, the music of our breathing, the way the lamplight makes a halo of our mess. I let myself be wanted. I let myself want back. And that's the real trust fall. The one where she tips her heart forward and I lift my hands, steady, certain, catching.
Chapter 9. Kylie. The first thing I notice is warmth. The second is weight. I blink into soft morning light, the smell of pine drifting through the cabin window. My head is on David's chest, his arm draped heavy around me, his steady heartbeat thudding against my ear like it belongs there. Last night slams back into me. The kiss, the way he whispered my name like it was sacred, the way his body claimed mine until I shattered. It wasn't supposed to happen, and worse, it wasn't supposed to feel like that. Awake? His voice is low, still rough with sleep. I shift, forcing distance that doesn't exist. Barely. His hand brushes a strand of hair from my face, lingering at my temple. It's too tender, too easy. Like he's done this before. Like this isn't new. You hog the blankets, he murmurs. I snort. You steal body heat. His mouth curves, slow and lazy. Efficient. I roll my eyes, sliding off the bed before I melt into the mattress again. The wooden floor is cold against my feet, grounding me. I grab my robe, tie it tighter than necessary. Behind me, I hear him stretch, the sheets rustling, and I swear he's smiling. By breakfast, he's back in half-zip CEO mode. Composed, commanding, the kind of man who looks like he owns the lodge. But every so often, he leans in close, saying something under his breath meant only for me. You have coffee on your lip, he murmurs once, thumb brushing it away before I can stop him. Heat sparks down my spine. Later, when Carter from finance cracks a joke, David mutters, "Not as funny as you think you are, Morgan," making me laugh so loud. And that's the problem, because he isn't supposed to make me laugh like this, or touch me like that, or look at me like the night wasn't just sex. But he does, and it's unraveling me. By the time we're back in Chicago, I'm exhausted, grateful to step into my apartment alone, except my body won't let me forget. By Monday, the office is buzzing like a gossip column. Retreat hangover, everyone's trading stories, half whispers of who embarrassed themselves at karaoke, who cheated at canoe racing. Honestly, I think Carter fell into the lake on purpose, Marla from accounting says, leaning over my desk with her ever-present coffee. Carter scowls from 2 desks away. It was slippery. It was shallow, Marla fires back. Near-death experience? Carter insists. Near death for your pride, I mutter, flipping through the week's schedule. Jenna from HR slides in, eyes gleaming. Forget Carter. I want details. Kylie, everyone saw you and Reed destroying the obstacle course like some corporate power couple. Spill. I freeze. Power couple? Jenna smirks. You were bickering the whole time, but somehow in perfect sync. You looked like married people. I choke on my coffee. We looked like we were trying to kill each other. Tomato, tomato, Marla sing-songs. Carter mutters, I give it 3 weeks before she kills him for real. Don't tempt me, I shoot back. The group laughs, scattering when David himself strides through, gray suit cutting through the chatter. The bullpen goes quiet. My heart slams. He pauses at my desk just long enough to say, Coffee, Miss Morgan? The way half the office stares, you'd think he'd just proposed. Yes, Mr. Reed, I answer. Voice steady, though my hand trembles as I reach for the mug. When he's gone, Jenna fans herself. Oh my God, he's different with you. Different how? I demand. Like he has eyes. Marla chimes in, deadpan. And those eyes are undressing you in real time. Carter groans. Kill me now. You first, I say sweetly. They all laugh, drifting back to their desks, but the banter leaves me rattled, because for once I can't tell if they're wrong. Later, buried under files, I find the folded slip of paper tucked into a report. You don't belong with him. The handwriting is jagged, rushed, anonymous. I crumple it fast, shove it deep into my drawer, paste on a smile. When David strides past my desk, calm and commanding as always, his storm gray eyes flick to me. He notices everything. I know he sees the faint tremor in my hand, but I can't tell him. Not yet. Not when one secret is already eating me alive. 2 mornings later, nausea twists my stomach before I've even had coffee. I chalk it up to stress. 3 mornings later, it happens again. By the 4th, my period is late. My blood runs cold. I sit on the edge of my bed, a calendar app glowing on my phone, counting days I don't want to count. No, it's too soon, too impossible. But the whisper won't stop. I bury it under routine. Files, calls, endless schedules. At the office, I keep my smile sharp, my voice steady. I hand David his coffee, ignoring the way his fingers brush mine a fraction too long. I laugh at his dry humor during meetings, pretending it doesn't curl into my chest like something permanent. But every sip of coffee threatens my stomach. Every tick of the clock reminds me I'm late, and every glance from David rattles me worse. Because if I tell him everything we've built, the fragile balance of deals and rules and stolen nights could shatter. And if I don't, the secret will shatter me instead.
Chapter 10. David. The return to Reed Tower is always jarring after time away. Marble floors, glass walls, the hum of productivity. It's my kingdom, my fortress. For most of my life, this building has been the one place where I control everything. But now, even here, something is off. Kylie. She slips through the bullpen with her tablet like always, hair pulled into that sleek knot, heels clicking in perfect rhythm. To anyone else, she looks the same, sharp, composed, unflappable. But I feel the difference. She doesn't linger in my doorway anymore. Doesn't banter when she brings my coffee. Our private language, those smirks and sharp comebacks, has been replaced with clipped professionalism. Your 11 o'clock is on line 2, she says, voice steady, expression unreadable. Thank you, Miss Morgan. The words taste wrong, cold. I want to ask what changed, but pride holds me back. Asking would mean admitting that I notice, that I care, so I say nothing. And it eats at me. By mid-afternoon, the silence gnaws worse than any boardroom interrogation. I watch her through the glass, the way she taps her pen against her tablet when she's focused, the way she tucks a curl behind her ear when it escapes her bun. I used to want her body. Now I want the parts of her she guards like secrets, the way her laugh bubbles when she forgets herself, the way her eyes spark when she calls me out. I don't crave our old arrangement anymore. I crave her. The day doesn't let me dwell. My mother calls. Her voice is silk, stretched over seal. David, I trust the retreat was productive. Very, I say flatly. Good. Because appearances matter more than productivity. There it is, the refrain of my life. Mother. You can't afford distractions, she cuts in. You know how people talk. About you. About that secretary. My grip tightens on the phone. Her name is Kylie. Her name doesn't matter, she says smoothly. What matters is the Harrington deal. Penelope is willing. Her family is willing. You know what's at stake. I grit my teeth. I'm not... David! The softness in her tone is more dangerous than a shout. We've already arranged it. Dinner with Penelope and her parents. Friday night, 7 sharp, at the Harrington estate. I close my eyes, jaw tight. Mother, this is not negotiable, she says, calm and final. You will be there. And then she hangs up. I sit in silence, fists clenched on the desk. Rage pulses hot in my chest, but beneath it is something worse. Helplessness. I can't refuse without making headlines. The Harringtons are too valuable, too intertwined with our name. And the worst part? Agreeing to this dinner will send a message I don't want to send. To my mother, to the Harringtons, to Kylie. Especially to Kylie. Later, she steps into my office with a stack of contracts. Her posture is perfect, her expression cool. Mr. Reed, these need signatures by end of day. I take them, but don't let go of the folder. Miss Morgan. Her eyes flick up, cautious. Yes? I lower my voice. You're different. She blinks. Different how? You don't argue with me anymore. Her mouth curves faintly. Maybe I finally learned my place. Nonsense, I say quietly. Her brows arch, amused. Language, Mr. Reed. I smirk despite myself. There's the woman I recognize. For a moment, our eyes lock. Heat flares, sharp and undeniable. But then she looks away, pulls back, professional mask snapping into place. Anything else, sir? I want to say yes. I want to say everything. But pride chokes me again. No, I murmur. That's all. She turns, leaving me in the quiet with nothing but the sound of my own pulse and the truth I can't bury anymore. I don't just want her. I need her. And this dinner with Penelope? It's a noose tightening around both of us.
Chapter 11. Kylie. The stick doesn't lie. 2 pink lines. I sit on the cold edge of my bathtub, the test clutched in my hand like it might change if I squeeze it hard enough. It doesn't. The proof is right there, stark and undeniable. Pregnant. The word beats like a drum in my head. My stomach lurches and I don't know if it's morning sickness or panic. Probably both. I drop the test in the trash, bury it under tissues, and press my palms to my stomach. A stupid instinct, but I can't stop. How do I raise a child in the shadow of the Reed Empire? In the shadow of his mother, who can reduce a person to dust with a single glance? How do I tell David? How do I not? By morning, my armor is back on, hair pinned, blouse pressed, tablet in hand. Reed Tower hums as usual, phones buzzing, heels clicking, the low thrum of keyboards. Marla perches on the edge of my desk, sipping her caramel latte. Carter bombed his date this weekend, she announces like it's breaking news. Carter groans from 2 cubicles away. She had no sense of humor. You took her to a stand-up comedy show, Marla fires back. If she didn't laugh once, maybe you were the problem. Jenna leans in, grinning. Or maybe she saw his hair and thought she was on a date with a Lego figurine. I choke on a laugh. Carter points at me. Don't you start, Morgan. I didn't say a word. I say sweetly, scrolling through my tablet. You didn't have to, Carter mutters. Your face said it all. Marla smirks. Her face says what we're all thinking. The group laughs, and I manage to laugh with them. The sound sharper than I mean it to be. It's easier to slip into the rhythm of their bickering than let them glimpse what's actually circling my mind. Because when David steps through the bullpen a minute later, gray suit crisp, storm gray eyes sharp, the chatter dies down on its own. His gaze flicks briefly to mine, assessing, steady, and my laughter dries in my throat. Inside his office, the door clicks shut behind me. You're pale, David says, not even bothering with small talk. I blink. Good morning to you too. His eyes narrow. Don't deflect. What's wrong? Nothing. Kylie. His tone dips lower, the one that usually gets board members to fold. You've been off since the retreat. I force a smirk. Maybe I'm just sick of your voice. His mouth twitches, but his eyes stay locked on me. You haven't laughed at my jokes. You don't make jokes. Exactly. So when I try and you don't laugh, something is wrong. Despite myself, a laugh bubbles out, soft and startled. You're impossible. And you're hiding something. My stomach flips. Too close. Too dangerous. I straighten, flipping open my tablet. Your 11:30 is confirmed. Lunch with the Harrington group. His jaw flexes, but he lets it go. For now. The day drags. Every time I pass his office, I feel his eyes on me, sharp and searching. Every time I deliver a file, his fingers brush mine longer than necessary, like he's trying to pull the truth out of my skin. I dodge, deflect, smirk, but inside, the pressure builds. By late afternoon, my stomach twists again. I duck into the ladies' room, gripping the counter, breathing slowly until the wave passes. When I return, David is standing by my desk. Where were you? In the bathroom, I say evenly. His eyes scan my face. You look faint. I arch a brow. Planning to follow me next time? He smirks faintly, but it doesn't reach his eyes. Don't tempt me. The bullpen goes silent for a beat, everyone pretending not to eavesdrop. Heat creeps up my neck. "Do you need anything?" he asks finally, quieter now. "Yes," I say. "For you to stop hovering." The corner of his mouth curves. "Not happening." That night, I stumbled home exhausted. My heels click down the hallway. My keys rattle in the lock. I step inside, drop my bag, then freeze. Another envelope is lying just inside my door. I kneel, pulse hammering, and rip it open. "You don't belong with him." Same jagged scrawl, same message. But this time, there's more. A photograph of me leaving Reed Tower, taken from across the street. My stomach drops. Someone is watching me, following me. I crumple the photo, shove the envelope into the trash, double bag it. But I can't erase the image burned into my mind. Me, captured in grainy detail, like prey under a hunter's lens. I curl on the couch with every light blazing. I think about calling David, his voice, his steadiness. But then I picture his mother's cold smile, the weight of her disapproval, and I think about the test, the 2 lines, 2 secrets pressing into me from opposite sides, threatening to split me apart. No, I can't tell him. Not yet. Because if I do, everything, our fragile deal, our almost something, will collapse. So I swallow it down, both secrets, and hope they don't destroy. Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers, friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at VixAvonRomance.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake Southern fiancé. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 12. David. The Harrington estate gleams like it's been polished for royalty. The drive curves through acres of manicured hedges, lanterns glowing against the storm pressing in at the horizon. The house itself is all white stone and gleaming windows, monument to money that never had to bleed for itself. Inside, the dining hall is already staged. Crystal goblets, silver cutlery, napkins folded into origami swans. A chandelier dangles overhead like it might drop the weight of its jewels onto anyone unworthy. I've eaten in 100 rooms like this. They all taste like control. Penelope Harrington is already seated when I arrive, posture perfect, lips curved in a polite half-smile that says she knows her worth. Her dress is silk, a shade too pale to be practical, the neckline calculated. "David," she purrs, "you made it." "Of course." I shrug out of my coat, hand it to a waiting servant, and sit. Mother smiles at me from across the table. It's her boardroom smile, the one she uses when she's about to win. Penelope was just telling me about her plans for the Harrington Foundation Gala. Isn't that right, dear? Penelope nods, gaze steady on me. We'd be thrilled if you'd co-chair with me. The Reed name beside ours would be... She lets the pause stretch. Impactful. Translation. Marriage on paper before marriage in name. I take a sip of water. I'll have my office review the dates. Penelope's smile tightens. Mother sharpens. The first course is served. Roasted quail, artfully arranged with greens I don't care to name. Conversation flows like wine. Investments, acquisitions, philanthropy. Not a single laugh, not a single word about anything human. Mother steers us like a conductor. David has always admired the Harrington legacy, she says, as if she's not the one who drilled it into me. Admired, I repeat, voice flat. Penelope tilts her head, assessing me like a chess move. And what about the future, David? Do you admire partnerships? The word hangs, partnerships, deals, engagements. Mother leans in. It would be the perfect match. Reed and Harrington united. You'd be unstoppable. I set down my fork. Unstoppable at what? Pretending this is about anything other than control? The table stills. Even the servants freeze. Mother's voice drops an octave. Watch your tone. No, I say, heat simmering. I've played along long enough. You're trying to trade me like a stock? Her eyes flash. You think this is about you? This is about legacy, power, stability. Do you intend to throw that away for? She stops herself, but the unsaid word slams between us. For her. For Kylie. Penelope's brows lift slightly, curiosity sparking. She doesn't know who my mother almost named, but she knows enough to file it away. I push back from the table, chair scraping. Enjoy your legacy. David. Mother's voice whips like a lash. Don't you dare. But I'm already walking out, coat in hand, rain slamming against the windows like applause. The storm outside is chaos, wind shoving against the trees, rain blinding across the windshield. I grip the wheel tighter than I should. Her face won't leave me. Kylie, pale at her desk. Kylie dodging my questions. Kylie calling me Mr. Reed, like we hadn't burned down the line between us. Headlights flare in the corner of my vision. I wrench the wheel. Tires scream, metal shrieks. The world slams white. The first thing I know is pain. The second is light, too sharp, too clean. The third is a voice, low and urgent. Mr. Reed, can you hear me? I groan, throat raw. Kylie. The doctor leans closer, shining a penlight in my eyes. Sir, you've been in an accident. Do you know where you are? I blink. Hospital, machines, a monitor beeping steady at my side. Hospital, I rasp. Where's my fiancée? The nurse glances at the doctor. Confusion, she whispers. Fiancée, I insist, panic spiking. Kylie Morgan. Call her. The door opens and Mother sweeps in, pearls perfect, hair untouched by rain. David, thank God, we were terrified. I look at her, then past her. Where's Kylie? Her expression flickers, shock, fury, disbelief. Your secretary? My fiancé, I bite out, chest tightening. Bring her. Doctor, Mother snaps. He's delirious. Head trauma. The doctor clears his throat. Amnesia is common after a concussion of this severity. Patients often cling to selective memories or constructs. Constructs, Mother repeats like it's filth. Anchors, the doctor corrects gently. If Miss Morgan's presence helps, it may stabilize him. Mother bristles. You expect me to indulge this fantasy? But the door opens again, and she's there. Kylie, rain-damp hair, hoodie over her blouse, eyes wide and raw. My heart stutters. Relief is a fist unclenching. Kylie! She freezes, then crosses the room, hands trembling as they slide into mine. David, she whispers. Fiancé, I murmur, clinging to her hand. You came? Her lips part, shock flickering across her face. But she doesn't correct me. Mother exhales sharply, fury masked as composure. For his recovery, she says, voice clipped. You'll play along. Until his memory returns. Kylie swallows hard, eyes darting to me, then back to Mother. For his sake, she whispers. Mother doesn't believe her, but I do. The hours blur. Nurses drift in and out. Mother hovers like a storm cloud. But every time I wake, Kylie is there, her thumb stroking my hand, her voice the only anchor that feels true. You scared me, she says once, tears catching her lashes. Never leave you, I rasp, conviction fierce even through the fog. Her laugh breaks on a sob. That's supposed to be my line. And then she's quiet, holding my hand like she's holding me together.
Chapter 13. Kylie. I wake to the sharp crick of my neck and the dry burn in my eyes. Hospital chairs weren't built for sleeping, but sometime between midnight and now I folded into one, hand still laced with David's. Morning light filters through the blinds, softening the harsh edges of machines. The storm has broken. Outside the window, the world looks scrubbed clean, as if it doesn't know a man almost died last night. David murmurs, shifting. His eyes flutter open, storm gray, dulled with fog. I jolt upright. David? His gaze finds mine instantly, hazy but unwavering. There you are. He breathes. Relief loosens something in his chest, and the corners of his mouth curve. My fiancée. My heart stutters. I open my mouth, close it, try again. David, The door opens, cutting me off. A doctor strides in with a chart, all calm efficiency. Mr. Reed, welcome back. How are you feeling? Like I wrestled a truck, David rasps, voice dry. Then he squeezes my hand. But I've got her, so I'll live. The doctor's eyes flick to me, then back to his chart. That's good. We'll run a few more scans today, but you're stable. There is some memory fragmentation, fairly common after head trauma. Best to keep things calm and familiar. Memory fragmentation, I echo. The doctor motions me aside. He may confuse timelines or relationships. For now, don't contradict him. Anchors are critical to recovery. His tone lowers. Miss Morgan, if he believes you're engaged, I suggest you play along. Upsetting him could cause stress we don't want. I swallow. Play along. For his sake. Those words are a knife, because I know I'll say yes. When I return to the bedside, David's watching me like I'm gravity itself. You were gone too long, he mutters. I was 20 feet away, I say, easing into the chair again. That's too far. His lips twitch faintly. You're supposed to stay close. It's in the vows. I blink. The vows? He smirks. You didn't think I'd let you write them without me, did you? Despite myself, I laugh, shaky, unsteady. Oh, of course. Because you'd be so poetic. I'd be concise, he says solemnly. Kylie Morgan, you're stuck with me. End of speech. Very romantic. Efficient, he corrects. The banter tugs at something raw inside me, because he believes it. Every word. Margaret Reed arrives mid-morning, pearls gleaming, face taut with the effort of appearing calm. She sweeps into the room like she owns it, eyes flicking to our joined hands. David, she says smoothly. Mother, he greets, polite but cool. Then he gestures to me. You've met my fiancée. The silence stretches. A knife's edge. Her eyes cut to mine, frost and fire mingling. She hates this. Hates me. But the doctor is still in the doorway, nodding approvingly, and David is looking at her like daring her to contradict him. Margaret forces a smile so thin it might crack. Yes, of course. Kylie. Later, she corners me in the hallway, away from David's ears. Her voice is sugar-coated arsenic. You know this is nonsense. I know what the doctor said. I reply evenly. And I know what David believes. Her eyes sharpen. When his memory returns, he'll realize the truth. Don't mistake this for permanence. I swallow hard. I'm not. But we both know I already have. Back inside, David's awake again, propped up against pillows. He pats the bed beside him. Sit. I'm fine in the chair. You're not. His tone brooks no argument. Sit. With a sigh, I perch gingerly on the edge of the mattress. His hand finds mine immediately, warm and certain. You keep looking at me like you're not sure I'm real, he says softly. Maybe I'm not sure I'm real. He studies me for a long moment. You're the only thing that feels real. The words gut me, because the man I know, the one who builds walls out of pride and silence, would never say this. But this David, this fractured, vulnerable version, says it like it's obvious truth. And for his health, for his safety, for my own heart that can't bear to see him broken, I nod. Then I guess I'm stuck with you. His grin is slow, devastating. Best deal I ever made. The rest of the day blurs. Nurses check vitals. The doctor orders scans. Mother hovers like a storm cloud. But through it all, David never lets go of my hand. When he drifts to sleep, I sit in the chair again, staring at our tangled fingers. This was supposed to be a deal, a boundary, a line we drew to protect ourselves. Now it's another lie, a bigger one. The fake relationship has become real, but under the truth he's forgotten, and a lie I can't.
Chapter 14. David. Morning light cuts through the hospital blinds, clean and too bright. I wake to the sound of soft scribbles, Kylie's pen scratching against a pad, her brows drawn together in concentration. She's perched on the stiff visitor chair, hair in that knot she pretends looks professional but always comes undone halfway through the day. My chest aches. Because the first thought I had when the darkness spat me back into the world was her name. And now she's here. "My fiancée is hard at work," I rasp, my voice raw from disuse. She startles, eyes darting up. "You should be resting." "I am. Resting easier because you're here." Her lips twitch and she shakes her head like she can't decide if she wants to laugh or throw the notepad at me. "You're insufferable." "Efficient," I say, just to see the crease in her brow soften. The door opens and a small army of doctors files in, white coats and charts and efficient voices. One of them checks my vitals, another scrolls through my scans. The lead physician clears his throat. "Mr. Reed, physically you're stable. The concussion is moderate but not severe, and we're monitoring for complications. The memory gaps will likely persist for a time, but there's no structural damage. The worst thing we could do right now is force recall. Stress would do more harm than good." He looks at Kylie then with a professional smile. "He needs familiar company, a calm environment, and rest." I squeeze her hand. "That's what I've been saying." Kylie swallows, voice small. "I'll stay." Before the doctor can answer, another voice cuts through, icy, precise. "Absolutely not." "Mother." She sweeps in, pearls immaculate, heels clicking like a verdict. "What he needs is medical staff, not distractions." Her gaze slices over Kylie like she's gum on her shoe. "You've done enough." I sit up straighter, ignoring the ache in my ribs. She's the only reason I'm not unraveling right now. Mother's eyes narrow. "Darling, you're confused. This girl is your secretary." "My fiancée," I snap, sharper than intended. "The only person I trust in this room." The physicians exchange glances, scribble notes. Kylie goes still beside me, but her pulse hammers against my hand. Mother's lips flatten. "David, don't be ridiculous." "Ridiculous," I echo, "is ignoring the doctor who just said familiar anchors are best for me." Kylie is my anchor. Unless you want me back in the ICU, she stays. The silence that follows is surgical. The doctor clears his throat. For now, Mrs. Reed, he's right. Agitation could worsen his condition. If Miss Morgan provides stability, it would be unwise to remove her. Mother's face hardens, the kind of expression she usually reserves for hostile takeovers. She says nothing, just pivots on her heel and storms out, heels biting into tile. The duration of the day crawls, nurses in and out, machines humming, Kylie fussing with my blankets until I catch her wrist. You're going to smother me with care, I tease. Her mouth quirks. Somebody has to. You're a terrible patient. I'm a perfect patient. I only demand my fiancée within arm's reach at all times. Demanding doesn't equal perfect. Semantics. She sighs, but her thumb strokes absently across my knuckles, like she forgot she shouldn't. By late evening, the doctors return. After a final round of tests, the lead physician sets down his clipboard. He's stable. Physically strong. He can be discharged under close supervision. He needs quiet, minimal stress, and someone nearby who can watch for disorientation. Mother reappears instantly, posture prim. He'll come home to the Reed estate. We'll provide staff, care, everything he requires. I nod. Fine. But Kylie comes too. Her pearls catch the light as she stiffens. That is highly inappropriate. Mother, I say, voice iron. Either she comes, or I don't leave. You're not in a position to negotiate. On the contrary, I murmur, leaning back against the pillows. I'm the one with the head injury. You want compliance? She stays. Her jaw ticks. She turns to Kylie, eyes narrowed. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Playing nursemaid. Milking his confusion for your gain. Before Kylie can speak, I cut in, steel flashing. Enough. If you can't be civil, leave. The room freezes. Mother's nostrils flare, but she says nothing, only turns sharply and stalks out. Kylie lets out a shaky breath. David, you didn't have to. Yes, I interrupt, gripping her hand tighter. I did. Hours later, paperwork is signed. Nurses detach the monitors, wheel me into the night air. The storm is gone, replaced by a sky stretched wide and pale, as if the world itself is exhausted. The car waiting is one of Mother's, black, sleek, guarded by a driver who pretends not to stare. I slide into the back seat, ribs protesting. Kylie hesitates at the curb, clutching her bag like a lifeline. I extend my hand. Come. She shakes her head faintly. David, my fiancée doesn't get cold feet. My smile is thin, tired, but real. Not when I need her. Her eyes close. When they open, she takes my hand, climbs in beside me. As the car pulls away, I lean back, threading our fingers together. The city blurs past, hospital fading into memory.
Chapter 15. Kylie. The Reed estate pretends it's quiet, but it hums like a live wire. Somewhere a grandfather clock chimes the quarter hour. Tasteful, restrained, and completely unnecessary. Like the portrait of Margaret Reed glaring down the main staircase. I pass that painting with a mug of tea in one hand and a knot of tension stuck where my pulse should be. Her painted eyes are disapproval done in oils. The real version does it better. David's room is at the end of the east hallway. Sun-washed, soft, dotted with evidence that a man has been trying to work from bed despite doctor's orders. Laptop, legal pad, a pen that's bled through 3 pages because he presses too hard when he thinks. He's propped against pillows, wrist-wrapped, bruise shadowing the line of his jaw. When he sees me, everything in him unspools. There's my fiancé, he says, voice low and ridiculous and warm. Slander before breakfast, I answer, setting the tea on the night table. We should warn legal? He tips his head at the tray I balance on my hip. Is that for me? It's for me. I say, lifting the lid with a flourish. But if you're charming, I'll share my toast. I'm grievously injured. He places a hand to his chest. This is when the heroine feeds the hero. I tear a piece of toast, hold it just out of reach. Open. He does, lips catching my fingers. A soft shock zips up my arm. I withdraw like I meant to do that. He chews with faux solemnity. Textbook bedside manner, he says. I read the pamphlet. So your fiancé is a menace. I pour his tea. Chapter 1 was mostly about resting instead of sneaking emails to your general counsel. You saw that? You typed one-handed like a raccoon wearing mittens. The Wi-Fi cried. He laughs and the bruise at his jaw moves. I want to touch it. Instead, I adjust his pillow and try not to care that he watches me the way most people watch sunrises. Eat. I pass him half my toast. I need to run into the office after this. Keep the circus from setting itself on fire. His humor thins. You'll come back. It isn't a question. It isn't quite a plea. It lands somewhere in my ribs and stays there. I'll be back, I say, careful. True. The door at my back opens without a knock. Margaret glides in, scent of cold flowers and expensive victory trailing her. Mr. Reed, she says, all chilly politeness. Then to me, without moving her mouth, Miss Morgan? I step aside, as if it's possible to give ground in a room she already owns. Doctor called, she continues to David. You'll be back for scans in 2 days. I'll have staff prepare. I'll have Kylie prepare, he says, casual as breathing. Her eyes cut to our joined orbit, to my hand on the mug, to the undeniable fact of me. No, she says softly. You won't. I don't flinch, neither does he. Thank you for the update, I say, because I was raised polite even when cornered. I'll get the schedule aligned. She stares at me a beat longer, then leaves the way she came, soundless and certain she'll be obeyed. As the door clicks shut, David exhales. She keeps forgetting, he murmurs, that this isn't her marriage. You keep forgetting this is not a marriage. He lifts a brow. You keep reminding me like you want me to forget again. And that's the problem with him concussed and soft-eyed and sure of us. I do. Eat, I repeat, because it's easier than answering, and because my stomach is already a pinched fist. He obeys. He always listens to my boss voice. It's the other one, the quiet voice, that makes both of us dangerous. I leave him dozing, Margaret lurking in orbit somewhere I can't see, and head for Reed Tower. The building is a different kind of cathedral. Glass, light, ambition stacked into 38 floors. The revolving doors spit me into the lobby, and the security guard lifts a hand. Morning, Miss Morgan. Heard about the boss. He doing okay? Grumpy enough to live, I say. Then he's fine. He grins. The elevator disgorges me onto our floor into the usual Monday masquerading as everyday chaos, ringing phones. A printer jam, Carter narrating his weekend in a voice he thinks sounds humble. And then the sommelier refused to pour the 17 because, quote, you don't respect tannins. I respect tannins. I just can't pronounce them. Marla slides onto the edge of my desk with her caramel latte. Translation. She dumped him. She was intimidated by my palate, Carter says. She was intimidated by your hair, Jenna chimes, dropping a stack of forms. Also, HR would like to remind finance that misuse of the corporate card at restaurants named Grail is a sin. It said corporate culture on the reservation, Carter protests. I set my bag down, force my shoulders loose. Good morning, degenerates. Good morning, allegedly engaged woman, Jenna sings, eyes bright. I aim a look at her. Allegedly? She shrugs in a halo of delight. Rumor says you and the boss introduced each other as fiancés in the hospital. Rumor is my love language. Rumor should make itself useful and file these, I say, sliding a stack toward her. Marla eyes me over her latte. You okay? You look a little low blood sugary. I'm fine. I cue up the week's calendar. I just haven't had breakfast. You never have breakfast. I like a challenge. Jenna leans in. Also, just to be the ghost of HR future, if you're going to insist on marrying the CEO, please do it in Q4 so I can expense a gown. Carter points. Conflict of interest. Morale initiative, Jenna counters. I smile for them. It's almost easy. The banter pours over me like water, and for 3 minutes I forget there are 2 pink lines haunting my trash can and a photograph under my desk drawer that I can't stop feeling through the wood. The room tilts. It's subtle at first, a ripple along the edge of my vision. Then heat lifts off my skin in a wave. I grip the desk. Jenna's face recedes and sharpens, her mouth moving a beat behind her words. Kylie? I sink onto my chair before my knees vote me out. Bathroom, I say, too brightly. Because I'm a human woman who pees, Jenna. Marla's gaze snaps from teasing to clinical. I'll come. I can email from a stall, I lie. I'm good. The ladies' room is cool and white. I brace my hands on the sink and breathe. The first time I did this, counted inhales like rope back to shore. It was after the rose I didn't leave on my counter. The second time, after the text from an unknown number. You looked beautiful last night. Now I count because of a different visitor. Pregnancy isn't cinematic. It's inconvenient and private and apparently vindictive. The nausea isn't a wave so much as a slow tide. When it recedes, I rinse my face and practice my posture in the mirror. Chin up, eyes clear, smile firm enough to hold. Back at my desk, Marla gives me a look that says she used to babysit cousins and can spot a feint from 50 yards. I have 2 defenses, sarcasm and speed. I deploy both. Carter, I call. 2 updates. 1. Your 12 o'clock moved to 12:05 because time bends around ego. 2. I rescheduled your budget review to a day when Jupiter is less angry. He blinks, pivoting like a golden retriever who's just remembered English. Nice. Love that for me. Jenna drops into a chair. Read ETA? My mouth goes dry. Resting. Which is when Reed Tower performs its favorite trick and summons the subject. The bullpen hushes in a ripple. I don't look up. I don't have to. The air changes when David walks in, polite savage attention falling on him like gravity. He's in a jacket he shouldn't be wearing yet, because he's not supposed to be here at all, and a bandage peeks from his cuff like a secret he won't keep. Good morning, he says to the room at large. It answers, yes, sir, welcome back, glad you're okay. He doesn't hear any of it. He's already moving toward me. Fiancée, he says, not quiet, not loud. Enough. Carter does an actual spit take. Jenna claps a hand over her mouth. Marla's eyebrows attempt to climb into her bangs. I school my face. Mr. Reed, I say smoothly. Then, because he'll pout if I don't, and I can't resist the way the bullpen watches us like a live broadcast. Hi. His mouth curves. He leans over my desk, eyes sweeping my face like he's checking for damage. You look pale, he says softly. I'm at work, I say, equally soft. It's my seasonal hue. Come with me, he says. It's 10:42. The calendar thinks you're in bed. The calendar can fight me. He opens the door to his office. I follow, aware of 15 pairs of eyes taking inventory of our oxygen. He shuts the door. The glass is clear. Neither of us cares. You shouldn't be here, I say. It comes out something like, please don't make me care for you in 2 locations at once. I'm filing an appeal. You're concussed. Then consider this a symptom. I can't stand being away from you. It's unfair when he's like this, frank and steady and stripped to the wire. I hide behind my clipboard. You sign discharge papers. Rest. Don't text your board. Don't lift anything heavier than Marla's coffee. What about you? He asks, because he always aims for the exact place I'm guarding. I'm heavier than a latte. Not what I meant. He steps in, tipping my chin with 2 fingers. The glass door and 12 gossiping coworkers mean nothing. He looks and looks until my pulse forgets its training. What's wrong? He asks. And don't say nothing. Fine, I say. I won't say anything. Kylie, it's not your job to worry. Too late. I step back, because if I don't, I'll tell him about the bathroom, about the tiny tide, about 2 lines. I'll tell him about a white rose on my kitchen counter and a note under my door. About a person whose favorite pronoun is mine. I pick a tame truth instead. I'm tired, David. That's all. He isn't satisfied. He also isn't going to push. He kisses my forehead, quick, practiced, domestic in a way that scrapes my heart raw, and we go back to work. For an hour, my hands do things they've done 1,000 times. My head doesn't help. Every email reads like static. Every calendar block looks like a trap. When I come back from a late meeting with legal, there's something on my desk that wasn't there before. A photograph. The paper is glossy. The frame of the shot is from too far away and too intimate at once. Me and David leaving the hospital last night. His hand tangled in mine, his smile small and private, mine unguarded in a way I don't allow at work. Across the bottom, written in sharp, jagged black, "You're mine." Not he's, you, me. The room narrows to a tunnel. My fingers go cold. It's new handwriting and the same obsession. The rose on my counter, the text, the note under my door. Whoever this is has advanced from shadows to pictures, and from pictures to promises with knives tucked inside the letters. I slide the photo beneath a file, then into my drawer. Lock, breathe, smile, move. Everything okay? Jenna appears as if conjured by HR anxiety. She's holding a packet she doesn't need to hold. What she's really holding is my face in her eyes. Perfect, I say brightly. We love it here. You look like you saw a ghost. Just Carter's expense report. Carter from nowhere. Defamation. Jenna doesn't laugh. She doesn't leave. She lowers her voice. If someone's making you uncomfortable, there are channels. My mouth opens. I see the word yes and the word help and the word please and the word pregnant, and I pick the only one that won't tear the world. Thank you. She nods once and walks away. She's not fooled. She's patient. I'll last until 5. Then duty gathers me by the spine, and I head back to the estate with a bag full of files I won't read and a secret in my pocket I shouldn't carry alone. Night suits the Reed house. The marble glows, the halls hush. The portrait on the staircase is kinder in the dark. David is still awake, which he shouldn't be. Laptop dark beside him. A food tray sits on the nightstand. Soup mostly eaten, bread picked apart like he needed something for his hands to do. You're late, he says, and then, already forgiving. Come here. I do. I scoot to the edge of his bed, and he tugs me closer, fingers tucking an invisible strand of hair behind my ear like he's been doing it for years. How's the office? He asks. Jealous of your hospital bracelet. The nurses were fans. Of your butt. He grins, slow and terrible on purpose. Of my butt. HR would like me to tell you that's harassment. I'm engaged to HR's best friend. Technically, you're engaged to your secretary. Same demographic. I choke on a laugh. He looks pleased to have hauled it out of me. I want to stay here, in this trick of a moment where everything is simple. Him and me, and soup, and linen, and the sound of rain starting again beyond the windows. Why are you fidgeting? he asks. I hadn't realized I was. My knee moves. My hand twists the hem of my skirt. Because lying badly is a tell. Mine is motion. Thought, I say. Dangerous habit. Then stop asking questions. That's my dangerous habit. He shifts, winces, tries to hide it and fails. Pain? I ask, grateful for the deflection. Nothing tragic. I reach for the medication bottle before he can pretend he doesn't need it. He takes it from me and lets our fingers linger, like we're doing something as intimate as prayer. Eat, I tell him. I did. Eat more. You eat? I make a face, and he sees too much. When was the last time you ate? He asks softly. I inhaled a meeting. Kylie? I'm fine. It's the third lie today, and it lands worse than the first two. He doesn't push. He files it. He is the only man I know who files tenderness like ammunition. We watch half a black and white movie with the sound low and the subtitles on. In the quiet, I can pretend we live in a world where we came to this house because we chose each other out loud, where I don't have a photograph with your mine inked over my face, where Margaret Reed isn't already building a chessboard for our hearts. When the nausea comes, it announces itself with a small betrayal, saliva gathering like a warning. I stand too fast. Bathroom, I say. The word scrapes. Kylie? Concern whips his voice tight. Teeth. I toss over my shoulder, which makes no sense. But then neither does survival. I make it to the sink. Cold water. Breathe. A minute. 2. The mirror returns a stranger with my eyes. When I can move without swaying, I come back and lower myself carefully onto the mattress. Teeth, he repeats dryly. Very clean, I say. Sparkling. Kylie, don't make me dock your pay, I say, because joking is the only bridge I have between the thing inside me and the man on this bed who doesn't know it exists. He reaches for me, palms framing my face. You don't have to carry everything alone. I'm not. I gesture at the bed, at him at the room. You weigh at least a metaphor. His smile is small and breakable. Stay. I should go home. I should sit on my couch with the lights on and figure out how to report a stalker whose favorite time is when my phone's battery is low. I should rehearse the speech where I tell the father of my child that our arrangement made a life and then an accident made a lie, and I'm drowning under both. Okay, I say instead. He eases down, and I slide beside him like there's nowhere else in the world. His shoulder is warm. His hand finds mine under the sheet, anchors our fingers together with absent certainty. We watch the rain stripe the window. We don't talk about the hospital, or the board, or Margaret, or the truck that changed our orbit. We talk about nothing. The way the actor in the movie over-enunciates. How soup always tastes better from a tray. Whether we should name a hypothetical dog XL. Because he's needy and crashes at least once a day, I argue. Because he keeps my life balanced, he says. Because he eats all your time. Because he does what I tell him, eventually. We laugh, soft and almost normal. And then his thumb rubs over the back of my hand, and my body, traitor that it is, answers with a small secret ache. Kylie. This? The estate? The bed? The stupid movie? His voice is barely a voice, a thread he's offering me. It feels like something I was supposed to have. My throat tightens. He doesn't remember our rules. He doesn't remember the night we drafted them like clauses. He remembers this, the feeling we tried not to earn. You do have it, I say, because tonight I want him to sleep and I want to breathe, and both those wants are heavier than truth. Stay, he whispers again. Please. Yes, I whisper back. And the rain says, that's enough. He slides into sleep in stages. The lines of his face loosen. His mouth goes soft. He's beautiful like this, unarmored, un-CEO'd, unread. I lie awake and watch the place on the pillow where his hair smudges the linen, and tell myself I will find the voice that says the right words in the morning. On the nightstand, my phone lights with a soft buzz. Unknown number, no preview. I turn it face down and splay my hand over the back of his, as if I can deflect more than messages. I am not a woman who keeps secrets for sport. I keep them because mine are made of dynamite. One is growing quietly under my palm, the other writes on photographs and slips them onto my desk like gifts from the dark. He murmurs in his sleep, something that might be my name, and pulls our joined hands closer to his chest like he doesn't trust the night not to steal me. I turn my face into the curve of his shoulder and close my eyes. Not yours, I tell the stranger in the ink, though the words only reach the inside of my mouth. Not yours. The lie we're living is heavy. The danger pressing at the glass is heavier. But for this hour, I let the weight pin me to the mattress beside a man who would fight every board, every portrait, every truck on a wet road for me if I asked. And when the house sighs and the rain softens, and the clock in the hall tells the truth about time.
Chapter 16. David. The city looks different in the morning light. I stand at the window of the penthouse, coffee cooling in my hand, and watch traffic crawl along the avenue like ants. It's all noise, movement, business as usual. But inside me, nothing as usual, because Kylie is here, moving around the kitchen like she's trying to pretend last night didn't happen. She came home with me after work, after whatever rattled her at the office. I saw it, the stiffness in her shoulders, the way she locked a drawer too quickly, the shadows under her eyes. She thinks she's subtle. She isn't. Now she's buttering toast with surgical precision, avoiding my gaze like eye contact is dangerous. I let it go through breakfast. I let it go while she organized tomorrow's files at the counter. But when she starts gathering her bag, like she's about to vanish again, I snap. Stop! The word is sharper than I mean, but she freezes anyway. Kylie. I set my cup down, across the room. What the hell is going on with you? Her back stiffens. I don't know what you're talking about. Nonsense. She turns, eyes flashing. Not everything is about you, David. Except you are. I plant my hands on the counter, caging her in without touching. You're pale. You barely eat. You almost collapsed yesterday. Don't tell me I imagined that. Her mouth opens, shuts. She looks away. It was nothing. Nothing? My voice roughens. Nothing has you looking like you'd rather be anywhere but next to me? She exhales, sharp, and finally meets my eyes. Because this isn't real. The words cut deeper than they should. Not real? It's pretend, David. All of it. This fiancé thing. This... She waves between us. You don't even remember how it started. I step closer. You think memory changes the way I look at you? Her breath catches. You think some neat little timeline makes me want you, need you less? My voice drops. You're wrong. She tries to push past me, but I catch her wrist, not hard. Just enough. Let me go, she says. Say you don't want me, and I will. Her eyes blaze. You're impossible. Efficient, I snap back, because it's the only word that keeps me from breaking. Something flickers in her mouth, half a laugh, half a sob. And then I kiss her. The kiss isn't gentle. It's not meant to be. It's a demand, a plea, a punishment, and a salvation all at once. Her back bumps the wall beside the console table, my hand flattening beside her head. She gasps, hands fisting in my shirt like she can't decide whether to shove me away or pull me closer. I answer the question for her, hauling her against me, swallowing her protests. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any VIXA audiobook on our website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story. You keep this in your legendary checklists? She asks, teasing because we both need the levity. Tea, contracts, aftercare? Would it impress you if I said yes? It would terrify me if you said no. We laugh, soft and stupid with satisfaction. I return the favor and she wipes me down with a tenderness that is somehow filthier than anything we just did. Then I slide back into bed and she tucks herself to my side like she fits there, like the space was cut for her. Out beyond the glass, a siren ghosts by and fades. The rain eases to a mist. The city lights blink like distant stars. Earlier, she says into my throat, you said to be wrong with you. I run my fingers up her arm, slow. I say a lot of things. Say the one that matters. I swallow. The truth is a hot, heavy thing in my mouth, too big to keep caged now. This wasn't a mistake. Not for me, I wait, my pulse against her palm. Tomorrow, we can be careful. We can draft boundaries, talk about the team, handle the fallout. But I'm not pretending I don't want you. I'm not pretending this was adrenaline or argument sex. I want you, Kylie, in the daylight, with coffee breath and emails pinging. I want to keep asking before I touch you. I want to keep making sure you feel safe. And if you say pause, we pause. She lifts her head, studies me like the answer is etched somewhere in my face. Whatever she finds makes her shoulders ease, the corners of her mouth turn up. You're a good man, David. I'm trying to be the kind of man you deserve. Her thumb brushes my lower lip. You're allowed to be wanted, not just useful. By you? I ask, because I'm greedy now that I've tasted honesty and her. By me? She says, smiling like that's the first yes she's given herself in a long time. I breathe out something that could be a laugh or a prayer. I'll make you tea later, I say because it's silly and small and real. Peppermint, she murmurs, for calm. She kisses me once, slow, a benediction rather than a spark. Color check? Green, I say, and then, because it's the right kind of wrong. Also, not the couch. She snorts. Never the couch. I pull her in until we are a knot of limbs and breath and heartbeat. I don't promise forever. Promises are easy. Keeping them is work. I promise the next morning, and the one after, and the careful hands and the asking, always the asking.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks, stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The romantic suspense audiobook bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 17. Kylie. The city wakes with a throat clearing of traffic. Light slips around the blackout curtains in a thin gold line. And somewhere in the penthouse, the espresso machine sighs like it's been carrying secrets all night. I'm awake before David, rare and dangerous. He's an arm's length away, sprawled on his stomach, sheet hanging criminally low on his hips, bandage peeking from his wrist like a reminder that last night wasn't a fever dream. His lashes should not be that indecent on a CEO. His mouth, soft in sleep, curls when I breathe his name. Don't, I whisper to myself, because that's the only person who listens. I slide out of bed, steal his shirt from the chair, white, crisp, too big, and do the buttons with hands that haven't fully stopped shaking. The mirror throws back a girl I recognize too well. Morning after hair, swollen mouth, a look in her eyes like surrender that refuses to be named. Coffee? David's voice is sandpaper warm. I jump. He's watching me now, propped on an elbow, eyes already in that slow, possessive morning blue-gray that says he's not sorry for a single thing. You're supposed to be resting. I let the shirt fall past my thighs and go hunting for mugs because motion is easier than honesty. Doctor's orders. Doctor also said familiar anchors help, he says, voice a rumble as he leans back and watches me move. Congratulations, you're my therapy. You're uninsurable, I mutter, hitting the espresso button. The machine growls obediently. He pads in barefoot, steals the mug the second it fills, and plants a kiss against my temple before I can protest. My body does the worst thing. It leans. He smells like soap and warm linen, and something that makes my knees consider a career change. Last night, he begins, was a lapse in judgment. I finish brightly, because if I say it quickly, I won't hear the tremor. He studies me over the rim. It didn't feel like a lapse. Don't argue with an expert. On lapses? On judgment. He grins, slow and lethal. You're wearing my shirt. It was nearest and least likely to get me arrested by your dry cleaner. Keep it, he says, as if shirts were vows. Then gentler. Stay. The word lands in my ribs. I stir sugar I won't taste into my cup and lie with a smile. I have a calendar to beat into submission. Briefly, I'll be back before dinner. He goes quiet in that way he does when he's choosing whether to push. I feel him behind me, the warmth of his chest and the light touch at my hip that says I heard briefly, and I'm pretending it's law. I turn before he can test the boundary. You have PT at 10, I say. Don't charm your therapist. She's 80, so you'll have to work for it. He steals another kiss. Soft, unguarded, stupid making. Come back to me, fiancée. It's not real, I remind. Because I must. Because someone in this apartment has to speak in complete sentences. He just looks at me like the sun belongs to me. It is to me. And that is why I leave quickly, before the floor remembers it used to be solid. Reed Tower inhales me and pretends nothing has changed. Phones chatter, keys clack, the printer makes its small furious noises because Carter has fed it an Excel sheet set to 2-point font. Jenna hooks her ankle around my chair and slides in like gossip on wheels. Good morning to the woman making HR memos obsolete. Good morning to the woman who will sign my time off request. I volley back. How's the kingdom? Thirsty, she says. Speaking of, did the boss text you from PT yet? I need to know if my boy is doing his clamshells. Don't say clamshells to me before 9, I beg. My coffee is sensitive. Marla appears with her latte, eyebrows practicing parkour. Finance would like to know if it should budget for a wedding or a reality show. Budget for toner, I deadpan. We'll need it for all the HR write-ups Carter is racking up. Marla tilts her head at me, the worry under her sarcasm showing through. You look tired. I'm at work, I say. It's the dress code. She doesn't buy it, but she leaves me to my calendar. For 10 blessed minutes, I lose myself in logistics. Meetings slide, calls shuffle, my inbox is a hydra. Answer 1 email, 2 grow back, but it's the kind of monster I know how to kill. Then my phone buzzes. Unknown number. A single text bubble pretty in his shirt. My thumb goes cold. I lock the screen so fast my nail smacks plastic. Kylie? Jenna's voice is close. You good? Fine, I chirp, too bright. Can you send me legal's writer language for events? I want to... My brain grabs for verbs. Alphabetize it. Now I know you're lying, she says. But she moves away with a look that says, I'm not done with you. I turn the phone face down and keep breathing. In, out. I locked the penthouse door when I left. I checked it twice. Only a handful of people know where I live. Pretty in his shirt. The text is precise, fresh, inside. My stomach tightens with the kind of nausea that doesn't care about time of day or number of coffees. I force my fingers steady and line up tomorrow's board decks like they could hold me upright. The elevator dings. David's best friend is not supposed to be a ghost you conjure by thinking his name, and yet. Look what the tower dragged in, Carter whispers. Ethan Vale. The bullpen shifts like a flock pivoting midair. Ethan moves through it the way men do when rooms have always parted for them. Broad shoulders in a navy suit. Smile like a dare. That lazy, dangerous calm I once mistook for charm. I stand too fast. My chair skates back and kisses the cabinets with a bang. He turns at the sound and finds me. Kylie, he says. Like he's tasted the name recently and can't decide if it's sweet or poison. Long time. Jenna frames her mouth with both hands like a silent scream. Marla mutters an obscenity into her latte. Carter, to his credit, backs away slowly like he's just remembered a dentist appointment. Ethan, I say. I make my voice neutral because I worked very hard to learn how to. He stops at my desk, looks me up and down like a home he left, for reasons he prefers to rewrite. You look good. You look rehearsed. Something flares in his eyes. He leans in, careful, like he's performing intimacy for an audience. We should catch up. I don't do rewrites, I say lightly, but there's a microwave in the break room if you're reheating old takes. He laughs, genuine. And I hate that I still recognize the sound. God, I missed your mouth. Ask HR, Jenna says from 3 feet away without looking up. Better, don't. Ethan's gaze flicks around the office, cataloging like a thief. It lands finally on the glass door to David's office, the way he says his friend's name is a handshake and a warning. Read in. PT, I say. Right. Ethan rocks back on his heels, considering. Then to me, coffee? We tried that, I remind him. It didn't suit. Maybe it was the coffee. Maybe it was the company. He smiles like pain is a sport he enjoys. You always could cut a man without raising your voice. Practice, I say, and the moment nearly slides into memory before I yank it back where it belongs. In the past, boxed, labeled, taped shut. The doors ping again. This time it's David. He walks in like he owns the air and the patent on gravity. He's moving a little carefully, but you'd have to know him to see it. His eyes find me first. They always do. Then they land on Ethan and go sharp. Vale, he says. Read. Ethan returns, mouth crooking into something between a grin and a challenge. You look concussed. I am, David says blandly, and happily engaged. If there's a way to thread a grenade through a sentence, he just did it. Ethan's smile whitens. So I heard. David takes 3 steps that put him in our orbit, his hand resting lightly at my back, like he's anchoring us both. The warmth makes my ribs feel suddenly tight. Congratulations, Ethan says, to David, to me, to no one at all. You work fast. Sometimes, David says easily, you realize what's been yours all along. Is that what we're calling it? Ethan asks, slanting me a look that begs me to flinch. Realization? Careful, David says, quiet. I am, Ethan says in the same tone, then silk over knives to me. Does he know how we met? Marla's inhale is audible. Jenna stills like prey. Carter slides behind the copier with the grace of a man who naps during fire drills. I breathe through memories I have not touched in a year. A bad bar, a better laugh. 3 months of almosts, and then a clean break when almost turned out to be Ethan's favorite word for everyone. I told him we dated, I say. Briefly. One version. Ethan's eyes glitter. Another says you kept your options open. Another says you took an option on every woman in the room. I reply sweetly. Which was your right, and mine to leave. Color rises under his tan. You always did like exits. David's hand presses a breath firmer at my back. Enough? Ethan flicks him a look. You're sure about this? About her? David doesn't blink. I'm sure about her. And if I told you, Ethan says, the softness draining, that she's using you? That she used me? That she's the kind of girl who loves a man with an empire and a bruise? You're confusing me with yourself, I say, because if I don't speak, I will break. And your favorite accessory was always women who looked like me and didn't ask you to be real. Ethan laughs, startled and pissed. There she is. David steps in, body between us now, voice steel. You don't get to come into my building and insult the woman I love. Silence flips the room inside out. Ethan studies us. My pulse is so loud it drowns out the printer's tantrum. For a heartbeat, I see the boy under the man, the one who played at loyalty like it was poker, chips clacking in clever hands. Then the mask slides back into place. Fine, he says lightly. I'll see myself out. He turns, hesitates, tosses one last line over his shoulder without looking back. Careful, Reed. History has teeth. The doors swallow him whole. The bullpen exhales. Jenna whispers damn into her palms. Carter emerges, alive to gossip another day. Marla fixes me with a look that is 90% friend and 10% lie detector. I smile like my mouth belongs to me. Back to work. David doesn't move his hand until the glass door shuts behind us. Inside his office, the quiet is surgical. You okay? He asks. I will be, I say, because I practice hope as a hobby. He searches my face. He hurt you. He bored me, I say, which is half true and easier to swallow. And then he disappointed me. And then I made a decision. And he thinks he gets to hold that forever. Some men keep trophies, I say. Some keep stories. Both are dust, he says, simple. He's wrong. Men like Ethan build houses from both. But I love him for the conviction. He frames my jaw with careful fingers. I meant what I said. You say a lot of things, I murmur. I meant the ones with your name in them. My laugh breaks when it leaves me. Please stop being good at this. I'm terrible at this, he says honestly. I'm just very sure about you. It would be easier if you weren't. I clear my throat. I need to swing by my place before dinner. Clothes, laptop, mild sense of control. I'll send the driver. I can take the train. You won't, he says, amused, and texts 3 people with the efficiency of a dictatorship. He'll be downstairs in 10. Bossy. Efficient. We're both smiling when we leave the office. It feels like tempting fate. My building smells like lemons and old carpet, the way it always has. The super nods from behind his plant. I make small talk, ride the elevator, and tell myself I am imagining the prickle on the back of my neck. I am not. The lock turns too easily. The door opens without resistance. I know, because I counted, because I always count now, that I turned it twice this morning. I always turn it twice. Hello? I call, stupidly, because it's what humans do when we think we're alone and want to prove it wrong. Silence stares back. I step inside, phone ready in my palm. The apartment looks fine. The plant droops the way it always does because I cram it into too little light. The window is shut. The rug is slightly crooked, maybe from my last rush out. The kitchen counter is bare, except for the white rose. No vase, no note. Just the flower. Thorns carefully clipped, laid perfectly parallel to the edge. I don't move for a full 5 seconds. Then I back out, shut the door, test the lock. It turns. It clicks. It is no comfort. Downstairs, I tell the driver I forgot something and stand in the building's doorway pretending to scroll while my hand finds the emergency number I saved last month and hasn't stopped ignoring. Report it, a reasonable voice says. Don't, the other replies. You know what Margaret will do with it. She will turn it into narrative. She will make it somehow my fault. She will advise new locks and an exit from David's life in the same breath and call it care. My phone buzzes. A new message. Unknown number? Again. Missed you. I swallow something sharp and sweet. Courage is not the absence of fear. It's doing the thing anyway. I take a picture of the rose. I text the building's security head. I pocket the phone before I can talk myself out of anything else. Back at the estate, because David insisted, because I gave in, because survival is sometimes a game of choosing your cages, I carry the bag up the marble stairs and practice neutral face in the reflection of Margaret's portrait. She finds me before I can find David. Miss Morgan. The pearls are whiter today. The smile is not. A word. I'm headed to. It won't take long. In her private salon, everything is cream and severe. She pours herself water like a judgment. Ethan stopped by my office, she says. Of course he did. I don't sit. He has concerns, she continues. As do I. I'm sure you two make a beautiful committee. She ignores that. What is it you want? Air, I say. And a little less surveillance. That at least I can't give. Her mouth curves. If you care for David, truly care for him, you will not exacerbate his confusion. You will not entangle him further. You mean I won't love him back. I mean you will be wise. She takes a sip. You will not turn my son into a headline. Your son is already a headline, I say, tired. You made sure of it the day he was born. Her eyes flash. You're very sure of yourself for someone in borrowed silk. I look down at the shirt. It's cotton, actually, and I love that she can't tell. And smile like I didn't just find a rose on a counter. I lock twice. I'm sure of David, I say, and when her mouth tightens, I leave. He's in the library, because of course he is. Men who collect power collect first editions. He's reading a report in a chair that costs more than my car, and when he sees me, his entire body remembers how to relax. You're late, he says, affectionate. Your mother detained me. Did you gnaw through the leash? Bit clean through. I drop my bag and sink onto the ottoman. The leather sighs like relief. He studies me. Something's wrong. Your mother, I say. But he waits because he knows that's only 10% of it. My door was unlocked. His face empties. What? I locked it. Twice. Someone was inside. Did you call security? Yes. Police? No. Kylie. I know, I say because I do. I took a photo. I told the building. I left. What did they leave? His voice goes dangerous soft. A rose. His jaw ticks. Not romantic. Not anymore. He stands, then sits again because a muscle in his side says so. You're staying here, he says. Non-negotiable. I brought my bag. Driver knows your schedule. You're not alone unless you want to be alone, and even then I'll argue. You always argue. Efficiently. Annoyingly, Successfully. I almost laugh. It distills into breath. David. He crosses to me, kneels despite the protest in his ribs, and takes my hands like we are in a chapel only we know. Listen to me, he says. Ethan can throw his little matches. My mother can draft her polite wars. Whoever is circling you can leave a florist's worth of warnings. None of that changes this. This, I echo, because I need him to define the thing I barely let myself think. You. His thumbs stroke my knuckles. Me. U.S. Whatever version of it my head can hold right now, it's the truest thing I've got. The words should terrify me. They do. They also pour something warm into the cracks. You should lie down, I say. Because when I can't carry truth, I carry care. PT probably hates you. They love my commitment to ignoring instructions. I squeeze his hands. I can confirm. He leans his forehead to mine, breath fanning my cheek. Stay, he whispers. I'm right here. Even when the past knocks. Especially then. He kisses me. Brief. Anchoring. Nothing like last night and somehow heavier. And the room stops threatening to tilt. Later, he dozes with his head in my lap while I pretend to read a quarterly report I couldn't summarize to save my life. Outside, the estate settles into its expensive hush. My phone buzzes more than once. I let it. Somewhere between the third and fourth vibration, I decide to tell him. Not everything. Not yet. But the next step. The right one. Because ghosts have teeth, and danger knows my locks, and men like Ethan don't come back without wanting a prize. But this. His hand curled around my knee, the slow weight of his breath, the way my name sounds different when the house sleeps. This is the only part that feels like living. I lace my fingers through his hair and keep watch.
Chapter 18. David. The Reed estate never sleeps. It waits. By morning, it's as polished and merciless as ever. Polished brass gleaming in the hall, portraits glowering with the kind of pride that doesn't forgive mistakes. I should be heading to Reed Tower, letting Kylie sleep in, making sure the vultures at the office don't peck at her nerves. Instead, I'm being summoned. My mother doesn't ask. She commands. The butler clears his throat at breakfast. Mrs. Reed requests your presence in her study. Requests, I mutter, setting my coffee down. That's rich. Kylie looks up from her plate, wary. Do you want me to come? No. I touch her wrist, brief but grounding. This is one war I'll fight alone. Her lips part like she wants to argue, but she doesn't, which makes it worse. I leave her in the dining room, pretending not to notice the shadows under her eyes from last night's unlocked door and that damned rose. The study is Margaret Reed distilled. Mahogany, leather, ledgers stacked in precise towers, curtains pulled so the light slants like interrogation. She's at the desk, pearls gleaming against a black dress that says morning chic. Papers are spread before her, neat as a crime scene. David, she says without looking up. You're late. I'm exactly on time. I drop into the chair opposite, sprawling deliberately. Your watch is early. Her eyes lift, cold and exact. Your tone suggests you think you're immune to clocks. You aren't. And here I thought this was about Kylie, I say lazy. It is always about Kylie, she snaps. Or more accurately, about the ruin you're inviting into this family by tethering yourself to her. There it is, direct, sharp. You don't waste time, I say. Efficient. She narrows her gaze. Don't mock me. I'm mocking everyone. Equal opportunity. She exhales through her nose, gathers the stack of papers, and fans them across the desk. Contracts, charts, projections. My legacy, splayed like entrails. This is what you stand to inherit, she says, tapping one manicured finger against the top page. $2 billion in assets. A board seat at 27 companies. Control of the Reed Foundation, the power your father built brick by brick, and I preserved stone by stone. She leans in. All of it depends on one thing: perception. And you think Kylie ruins the view, I murmur. She does more than ruin it. She contaminates it. She is a secretary, David, a distraction, a liability with no pedigree, no leverage, no strategic value. She's a person, I snap, sharper than I meant. Margaret's mouth curls. She's a mistake. I sit forward, elbows on my knees. Say what you want about me, Mother. But you don't get to call her that. Her brows rise. Oh? And what word would you prefer? A fling? A diversion? I was willing to entertain those. God knows your father did. My teeth grind. Don't! She smiles like she won. But marriage? Engagement? Parading her in front of investors as if she belongs in our bloodline? She belongs with me. Margaret snorts. You're concussed, David. Quite literally, you're confusing lust with permanence. Funny, I say, sitting back, because it feels pretty permanent when I look at her and know I'd burn this whole empire before I let you tear her down. The silence sharpens. She gathers another stack, thinner this time. Then let me be clear. She slides it across the desk. This is your inheritance agreement. It can be amended. If you continue this performance with Miss Morgan, the board will be advised to consider you unstable. The contracts will shift. The seat will go to your cousin, and you... She tilts her head. We'll watch everything your father built slip from your hands. I stare at the papers. Legalese bleeds black across white. Clauses built to strangle. You'd cut me out, I say. I would preserve the company, she corrects. You would still be wealthy. Comfortable. You could keep your secretary for however long she amuses you. But you would not drag her into the boardroom. Drag her? My laugh is sharp. You think she's dead weight. She's the reason I can stand upright right now. She is weakness, Margaret says coldly. And weakness kills dynasties. We lock eyes. It feels like glass shattering in slow motion. Part of me wants to slam the papers back in her face. Tell her I choose Kylie every time. Tell her love isn't weakness. It's the only thing keeping me from going under. But another part, smaller, darker, hesitates. Because what if she's right? Not about Kylie. Never about Kylie. But about dragging Kylie into this war she didn't sign up for. Margaret plays with knives made of contracts and shareholders. Kylie deserves mornings with coffee and laughter, not battles and mahogany studies. It's the first time I waver. Margaret sees it. Of course she does. She pounces. You care for her? Her tone is almost gentle now. Then set her free. Don't bind her to a future where she will always be second class. Protect her by walking away. I shake my head. You twist everything. I survive, she says simply. And I will not watch you throw your future away on a girl who does not understand the cost. She understands more than you think. She understands nothing, Margaret snaps. And when she finally does, it will be too late for her and for you. I stand abruptly, chair scraping. This conversation's over. Think carefully, David. Her voice follows, low and certain. Love fades. Legacy endures. Turn at the door, grip tight on the handle. Legacy without love is a coffin, I say. And you've been living in one for years. Her flinch is almost imperceptible, but I see it. Back in the hall, my chest feels like it's cracking. I want to march straight to Kylie, tell her every word, hold her until the world makes sense again. But when I reach the dining room, she's laughing at something Marla texted her, hiding shadows under brightness, carrying burdens I can't name. And I can't bring myself to hand her another. Not yet. I force a smile, sit beside her, let her hand brush mine as if everything is normal. But my mother's words burn in the back of my skull. Protect her by walking away. Until now, I wonder if loving Kylie means holding on or letting go.
Chapter 19. Kylie. Morning in the Reed estate feels like a museum rehearsal. Staff moving soundlessly, lights slanting onto expensive silence, a clock that prefers dictating to keeping time. David and I do breakfast like a scene we haven't learned the lines for. Me pouring tea, him pretending toast is a full meal. He's softer with me than he was yesterday. But there's a new tension riding his shoulders, the kind a massage won't fix. PT at 9, I remind, sliding vitamins toward him. You're very managerial before caffeine, he says, trying a smile that doesn't quite reach. I'm charming by noon, I promise. Hold out hope. He taps the rim of the mug, thinking. You going straight to the tower? Brief board pre-brief, I say. Then I'll bully Carter into moving the investor update. It keeps trying to land on top of finance's budget review, like a bad idea wearing a fake mustache. Bring a whip, he deadpans. I brought a spreadsheet. Same effect. He brushes his thumb over my knuckles, casual, claiming, a little desperate. Something in me wants to fold into it and call it home. Instead, I stand, smooth my skirt, and steal his sweater for the road because it smells like warm cedar and because I can. Text me if PT tries to kill you, I say. Or if you try to kill PT. I'll behave, he says, which is adorable. You won't, I say, which is true. We're still smiling when I leave. The smiles feel like loopholes. Reed Tower is already caffeinated and argumentative when I step onto our floor. The bullpen's whiteboard has been relabeled Jargon Jar. Under it, fine $1 per synergy. There's $11 taped to the frame. Carter waves a handout like a flag. New rule, we stop using low-hanging fruit. It's icky. Add double-click, Jenna says, strolling by with a stack of onboarding folders. Also, HR would like to announce that whoever keeps changing the elevator playlist to the Devil Wears Prada soundtrack is going to heaven but also stop. Marla swivels in with her latte, eyes narrowing at my borrowed sweater. That's not off the sale rack. It's off the read rack, I say, breezing by. Early access. Jenna's eyebrows vault. Spicy. Spicy would be me telling facilities to fix the AC, I say, dropping into my chair. We are not running a cryogenic lab. Carter squints at the jargon jar. Is cryogenic lab jargon? It's science, I say. We'll let it live. He sighs, relieved. I've already paid for right size, leverage, and circle back. I can't afford STEM. Budget accordingly, Marla says. Also, I'm stealing your pen. That's my favorite pen, I protest. Then stop leaving it defenseless, she says, absolutely pocketing it. We ping-pong like that for 10 minutes, the softest kind of armor. I plow through inbox hydras, slide meetings around like chess pieces, and send 3 messages to David that I delete before sending because they all start with, "Are you okay?" and end with "please." At 5:12, I pack up. The garage below Reed Tower is quieter than a room that size should be. Concrete swallowing sound, fluorescent lights buzzing like bad thoughts. I don't like it, but there's a rhythm to fear. Keep moving, keys out, eyes up. I'm 3 spaces from my car when a shadow detaches from a column. Don't scream, a voice says. My body does anyway. It's not loud, more a betrayed breath, but it carries. A hand catches my shoulder, not hard, not gentle, a pressure that says, stop while my bones decide to run. I twist, but my back hits cold metal. The car door bites, my bag slides, papers fan like white birds. I see pieces, a baseball cap, the curve of a jaw, the wrong kind of cologne, too sweet, breath that smells like mint and control. His hand doesn't cover my mouth. It hovers, as if wanting to and daring himself not to. You need to stop, he says. The words come through clenched teeth, familiar, wrong. He's not for you. I don't know you, I manage, trying to angle my knee. You do. The whisper sits too close to my ear. You just don't see it yet. I shove. It surprises him. The hesitation costs him balance. I drive my knee up, hard. He swears, low, the kind of sound men make when they realize they underestimated physics. Hey! A shout bounces down the ramp. Security! Stop! 2 guards pound toward us. Sienna from nights, Alvarez from afternoons. Filling the space with uniforms and authority, the man flinches, hood angling, and bolts the other way, vaulting a concrete lip like he rehearsed it. Sienna goes after him. Alvarez plants himself between me and air. You okay? He asks, breath clipped. I nod like a bobblehead. Yes, no, My voice puts its hands on its knees. He pushed. I pushed back. Good, Alvarez says. Let's get you upstairs. Sienna returns a minute later, cheeks flushed, empty-handed. He knew the camera blind spots. She says, furious with the sentence. But we got enough to pull a heightened gate. Law enforcement? Alvarez asks. I swallow. The word police tastes like escalation. Margaret. Headlines. Blame. I'll file a report, I say. But not yet. Building first. Copy. Sienna's jaw works. We'll walk you to the lobby. Do you want us to call Mr. Reed? My throat tightens. I'll call him. They flank me to the elevator. In the mirrored doors, I look like I lost a fight with a gust of wind and accidentally stole my fiancé's sweater. Back in the lobby, beneath art that cost a wing somewhere, Alvarez presses a bottle of water into my palm. Stay in the light, he says. Okay, I say. I hate that my legs are shaking. I hate that shaking is smarter than pride. Outside, the air tastes like metal and rain that can't make up its mind. My phone knows where to go before my brain catches up. He answers on the first ring. Kylie? I'm okay, I say, which is a lie scared people tell, so the person on the other end doesn't panic before you do. Mostly? What happened? It's a command dressed as care. Garage, I say. My voice staggers. Security came. He ran. I'm okay. Where are you now? Underneath the gentleness, the steel unsheathes. Lobby. Stay there. The penthouse version of him, the one that kisses my temple and calls coffee therapy, slips a blade into his voice. I'm coming down. You don't have to. I start, out of habit. Try that sentence again, he says, and I let the relief hit me like warmth. He arrives fast. He always does. Jacket half-buttoned, hair not quite dry, a storm moving on legs. He sees my hands, sees the tremor I tried to stuff into my pocket, and his face does something that would make the board nervous. Hey. He gathers me in carefully, like bruises might be hiding where fear can't see them. You're okay. I've got you. I need him, I say into his shirt, because there's a version of me who still needs to be competent in the retelling. Of course you did, he says, fierce proud. Send me the security contact. I pass him my phone while my breath tries to behave. He texts 3 people in 4 seconds and somehow makes the lobby feel less like a public aquarium. Driver's outside, he says. We're going home. He says home like it's my choice to accept or reject. I nod because I want home more than I want to argue. In the car, he threads our fingers together and keeps them that way the whole ride, like both of us need the proof. I watch my reflection flicker in the window and catalog what the adrenaline didn't let me feel. The yawn in my shoulder where I hit the car, the metallic bloom in my mouth, the way the word mine from a stranger has the power to both freeze and ignite. Talk to me, he says, low. I don't know what to say that isn't an emergency broadcast, I admit. I keep waiting to stop hearing his voice. He doesn't fill the quiet with solutions. He squeezes my hand. We'll change your garage spot. Double escort, new fobs, new driver rotations. I'll pull footage. We'll make it smaller. He always wants to fix, and most days that's my favorite sin. Tonight, I let him. Make it small enough to eat, I say, because banter stitches the places fear pries open. I need a snack-sized nightmare. He huffs. On it. The estate greets us with lamplight and a staff that steps back so our world can contract. In his room, David hands me his sweater again like a shield. I put it on because my hands are cold and because I'm a cliched magpie for anything that smells like him. Shower, he suggests, voice gentle. Sometimes hot water convinces the day it doesn't win. I'll tell it to sit, I say, and the water does what he can't yet. It drowns the echo of you need to stop with a drumbeat on tile. When I come out, he's in sweats and a t-shirt, bandaged neat, jaw set. He's pulled the curtains so the room is dark enough to feel safe, but not dark enough to be a trap. Tea, he says, lifting a mug. And a threat to anyone who touches you. You can't threaten the entire city, I say, climbing into the bed like gravity made the call. Watch me, he says, then exhale laughs. Okay, I'll start with a 6-block radius. We settle under the blanket with a space between us that exists because I chose it, not because fear did. He hands me the tea, then steals my hand back anyway. Tell me all of it, he says. Every piece. I do. The hat, the cologne, the way he hovered his hand like he wanted to cover my mouth. Sienna's shout, Alvarez's grip, my knee, a minor triumph in a major no thank you. I tell him about being angry at my own legs, about hating the way my breath decided to be a stranger. He listens like it's a job he auditioned for. He asks 2 questions I can answer, and 0 I can't. When I run out of words, he folds me in and says, the only thing that doesn't sound like a plan, I'm here. Which is when the phone on his nightstand lights. Mother, of course. He considers letting it ring. He doesn't. He answers, speaker off, because he isn't reckless. But Margaret Reed's voice could slice through velvet at 1,000 yards. David, she says, have you made a decision? He stands, moves toward the window, a habit I've learned. He likes to put glass between himself and knives. It's not the time. It's exactly the time, she says, cool and inexorable. Every hour you drag this farce on, you bleed credibility. End it. Now. He doesn't say no. He doesn't say yes. Silence unfurls like a spreadsheet of worst-case scenarios. I won't discuss this tonight, he says at last, controlled. I'll call you in the morning. Do not mistake delay for leverage, she replies. You cannot keep both. Choose the company or the girl. He ends the call before she can make it sound like a blessing. The quiet after tastes like coins. He sets the phone down and turns back, and I see it. The weight of her ultimatum pressing against the night we just wrestled from a stranger in a garage. The double violence of it. Outside danger and inside legacy. A pincer move. He comes back to the bed. He reaches for me. I let him pull me in because I'm selfish and I'm human, and I spent 10 minutes against a car learning new names for fear. I hate her timing, he says into my hair. She doesn't have timing, I say. She has strategy. He pulls back enough to see my face. I'm not choosing her over you. That's not what she asked, I say very softly. She asked you to choose your father's ghost. I'm not choosing him either. I smile without the part where your eyes help. There isn't a version where we win right now. Kylie, listen. I sit up, tuck my legs under me, face him with the kind of courage you only earn by losing the same argument with yourself 100 times. Someone put their hands on me in our garage. Someone knew our cameras had blind spots. Your mother just called to make sure I understand that loving you is a hostile takeover. If I stay the way I'm staying now, here, visible, easy to find, you fight 2 wars with 1 body. We'll fight them, he says. Both. All. You can fight. I can survive. I take his hand. I'm choosing the second. He hears it before I say it. He shakes his head like he can dislodge fate. No. Just for now, I lie because I need him to sleep. A step back. I'll move out of the estate. I'll keep things at work, professional. They're already professional, he says, almost smiling. Very professional, I correct. Until we can breathe without someone trying to take the air. His jaw flexes. This is exactly what she wants. It's exactly what the man in the garage wants too, I say. He doesn't care about board seats. He cares that he could put his hand near my mouth and think it belongs there. I need to change the map. Stay, he says. And it's not a plea. It's a fault line breaking. I press my forehead to his. I want to, and I will again. Hold this like a promise, not a defeat. He's quiet a long time. You're asking me to let you go so I can keep you. Yes, I whisper. Hate it with me. He laughs once, broken and beautiful. I hate it. We hold there, breathing the same small patch of air like it's a treaty only we can sign. Then I do the practical thing because it's the only thing that doesn't shatter me. I open my phone and draft a message to myself. A checklist titled, While the World Shuts Up. New locks, new route, driver rotations, Sienna and Alvarez on speed dial, HR channels if I need to escalate without headlines. At the bottom, I write, Tell him, I don't yet, but seeing it matters. I'll take the guest room, I say, throat tight. You'll take my bed, he counters. Compromise, I say. Your sweater. Unacceptable. He strips it off and tugs it over my head himself, palms lingering at my wrists like maybe he could anchor me there forever. Attendance is mandatory for kisses, he adds, and steals one, quick and reverent. When I stand, he catches my hand again. You're not alone, he says. I know, I say, and the part of me that wanted to run in the lobby earlier leans back into the truth of it. But tonight I need to feel like I could be, if I had to be. Tomorrow, he says, like a vow. Tomorrow, I echo, like a dare. I leave him in the lamplight, jaw set for a war he didn't pick, and step into a hallway that sounds like an old house remembering its echoes. In the guest room, I slide beneath sheets that don't know me and watch the ceiling translate the wind and the trees into Morse code. My phone buzzes once on the nightstand. I don't look. If it's the unknown number, I won't give him a window. If it's Margaret, I won't give her an audience. I curl into David's sweater, press my nose to a collar that smells like cedar and stubborn, and tell my heart a story I don't yet believe, that stepping back is not the same thing as stepping away. Outside, the estate breathes the way old houses breathe. Inside, I rehearse my new shape. Smaller, sharper, moving differently through light. A woman who can survive this. A woman who can come back. Because the truth doesn't stop being true when it's quiet. In a room full of glass and ghosts and legacy, his hand found mine and fit. I will make the world small enough to fit us again. Even if tonight, survival means...
Chapter 20. David. The Reed estate has always been a house of mirrors. You see yourself reflected everywhere. Polished floors, glossy portraits, glass cases holding artifacts of victories past. But today, as Kylie and I are summoned to my mother's study, I don't see myself in the glass. I see the trap she set. The summons arrives by way of the butler, as always, written on thick cardstock with gold edges. Family continuity session. Attendance required. which means war. The study smells of lemon oil and generational power. Books line the walls in perfect rows, none dog-eared, none bent. They are weapons, not companions. The curtains are drawn to keep the light filtered, polite. Margaret Reed sits at the desk in a black sheath dress, pearls coiled at her throat like a warning. She doesn't stand. She never does. Penelope Harrington is already there, perched elegantly on the cream settee. Cream silk blouse, soft pearl earrings, hair in a glossy chignon. She looks like she stepped out of a society magazine, measured, gracious, deadly. And then, leaning against the credenza with an iPad in hand, is Ethan Vale. Jacket off, sleeves rolled, the grin that once got us both out of more trouble than I can count. The grin that feels like betrayal now. My gut knots. This isn't a meeting. It's an ambush. David, my mother says, smooth as marble. Miss Morgan. Thank you for being prompt. Of course, Kylie says, her voice crisp, professional. She's in Navy again, her curls pinned up, her expression unreadable, efficient, unflappable. She could be running this meeting instead of being served up at it. I answer with steel. Let's get this over with. First order of business, Mom begins, is security. She inclines her head toward Ethan. Ethan straightens, flicking through his iPad. We've patched the blind spots in the tower garage, doubled escorts, adjusted staff rotations, classic CEO fixation pattern. Headlines after your accident drew the wrong eyes. Kylie's pen still on her notepad. I cut in. It didn't start with the accident. The rose was earlier. The messages, the note under her door. This didn't begin with me. Ethan shrugs. Perception is reality. They think it's about you. That's lazy, Kylie says, voice velvet and sharp. But of course, lazy narratives are easier to manage. Penelope leans forward, hands folded like a diplomat. Optics aside, the safest course is to minimize exposure. Keep Miss Morgan out of events, photographs, late nights at the tower. Limit the narrative fuel. Kylie smiles, sugar-laced arsenic. Reduce the woman to reduce the problem. We can call it protect if you prefer, Penelope says gently. It tests better. Protect who? Kylie asks. Me or the stock price? Both, Penelope says without blinking. Mom flicks her nails against the contracts. Next item, continuity. The board requests clarity, and engagement closes speculation. Penelope is prepared to assist. Prepared! The word lands like a gavel. Kylie tilts her head. And I'm not? Penelope gives her a look of polite sympathy. You're not designed for it. That isn't an insult. It's a mismatch. You're excellent with invisibles, spreadsheets, crises no one sees. But this family thrives on spectacle. Good thing I can multitask, Kylie says. Ethan chuckles, stepping in where he shouldn't. The mismatch isn't just public. It's pace. The Reeds eat conflict for breakfast. You cancel it or leave early. Kylie turns, deliberate and devastating. Tell the room, Ethan. When I left, was it because I dislike conflict? Or because you called me your practice fiancée in front of a client while texting Lena under the table? Silence. Penelope blinks. Mom's pearls seem to tighten. Ethan's grin falters, but he rallies. We were experimenting. You were rehearsing, Kylie says. On people. He leans back, crossing his arms. I told him after, you run when it gets complicated. Kylie's eyes flash. And I told you. I only run from men who confuse cruelty with complexity. Penelope clears her throat softly, reclaiming the floor with practiced grace. History aside, the investors want stability. And Miss Morgan, you, through no fault of your own, invite instability. Because a man shoved me in a garage? Kylie asks, calm but cutting. Because you attract the wrong story, Penelope corrects, voice gentle. Some women are lightning rods. It isn't a flaw. It's physics. Kylie's pen clicks closed. And what are you, Penelope? Ground wire? Penelope smiles. I'm weathered for this family. I grew up in its storms. You drowned in the first. Mom lays her hand over the contracts. Enough. David, choose. The girl or the legacy. I choose her, I say, fierce. The words slice the room in half. Ethan scoffs. Of course you do. Penelope's serene face cracks, just for a moment. Mother goes still, her jaw ablade. Kylie doesn't smile. She doesn't soften. She studies me like she's measuring structural load. You can't keep both, Mom says. Love fades. Legacy endures. Protect her by letting her go. You're not protecting her, I snap. You're erasing her. I'm saving you both, she says coldly. Before your accident becomes your epitaph. They leave in a drift of silk and steel. Only Kylie and I remain. The silence is suffocating. You okay? I ask. Because the alternative is confessing that I want to burn the whole empire for her. Her eyes don't meet mine. Why did she need me here for that? To humiliate you, I say, and to see if I'd bend. And did you? No, I chose you. She laughs, brittle. You chose a sentence, not a reality. I'll change reality. With what? She asks. Another committee shuffle? Another speech? With whatever it takes. You hear yourself? Her voice cracks. You're managing me like an acquisition. I'm not a liver, David. I know that. You don't, she says, eyes burning. You know how to move the world for me. You don't know how to stand still with me. Desperation claws out of me. I never forgot Kylie. Not the deal. Not us. I remembered. I let you believe I didn't because it kept you close. She freezes. You lied, she says finally. I protected you. You controlled me, she corrects, voice breaking. And you made me complicit. Kylie, end it, she whispers. The deal. U.S. Before they destroy what little we have left. No. My voice cracks. Please. She steps back. Good night, David. The door shuts like a verdict. The study hums with silence. The contracts glare. Penelope's perfume lingers. Ethan's smirk echoes. Mom's ultimatum still bleeds. But none of it hurts like the sound of Kylie's voice when she said end it. I never forgot. I never stopped choosing her. Now I've lost her anyway.
Chapter 21. Kylie. The tower feels colder when you know the man at the top never really forgot you. Not like an ex-boyfriend who fades from memory. Not like a fling you shove into a drawer with old photographs. No, David Reed didn't forget. He remembered. All of it. The deal. The arrangement. The way we swore it was only physical, only temporary, only ours. He remembered, and then let me believe he didn't. The words replay in my skull, jagged glass spinning on a loop. I never forgot. Every time I breathe, I hear it again. Every time I close my eyes, I see the look on his face when he said it, a mix of desperation and confession, like he was throwing me a lifeline and an anchor at the same time. He let me carry the burden of pretending. He let me think I was the one rewriting our story, holding the strings, while really, he was tugging me into his orbit with a lie. I should hate him. God, part of me does. Hate the manipulation, hate the arrogance, hate the Reed in him that thought control could ever be love. But the rest of me, the rest aches. Because beneath the lie was the one truth I've been too afraid to say out loud. He wants me. Not the facade, not the arrangement. Me. And maybe that's why it hurts more than if he'd really forgotten. I can't scrub the taste of yesterday's meeting from my mouth. Margaret sitting at her desk like a queen with her crown of pearls, sliding contracts across the table as if love could be signed away in neat little clauses. Penelope sitting there, perfect posture, cream silk blouse, every word sugar-coated poison. And Ethan, God. Ethan. Seeing him again after all this time was like someone ripping open an old scar with dirty fingers. His grin was the same, sharp and charming, the kind that once convinced me he was worth the risk. But when Margaret and Penelope painted me as risk, he added the nail. He told the room I run. He told them I'm temporary. He dressed my past in humiliation and paraded it like a costume for their approval. And it worked. I saw it in their faces. Saw it in Penelope's tiny, triumphant smile. I can still feel the rooftop under my heels that night. January wind cutting through my coat. We'd just left a dinner with one of his clients. He'd introduced me, smiling, casual, as his practice fiancée. The table had laughed, like it was clever, like I was a test run before the real thing. I'd sat there, cheeks burning, while Ethan texted someone named Lena under the table. When I asked, he smirked and called it open-minded. "Don't look so serious, Kai," he'd said later, standing with his breath fogging the winter air. "This is just practice. You know that?" And I'd realized then that he never saw me. Not really. I was a rehearsal, not a partner. A warm body to play the role until someone else took the stage. So I walked. Down 32 flights, past the doorman, into the freezing night. I left him on that rooftop, still grinning, still believing he'd won. I thought that night was buried. But yesterday, when he stood there with Margaret and Penelope, resurrecting it with that same smirk, I felt the rooftop wind again. The sting of being dismissed, the shame of being temporary. And David watched. He defended me, yes, but not before the words hit their mark. So today, I turn invisible, efficient, professional, ghost-like. "Morning, General Morgan," Carter calls, saluting with his coffee. The troops await orders. I slide a tablet onto his desk. "Your mission? Survive facilities at 10. If the AC isn't fixed this week, I'm staging a coup." "Can I bring snacks to the coup?" "Only if they're gluten-free," Marla quips from her chair. "Fine." "Viva la revolution," Carter sighs. Jenna pokes her head over her cubicle. "You guys do know Kai is our benevolent dictator, right? She doesn't need a coup." "Exactly," I say, arching a brow. "Fear me." Laughter ripples through the bullpen. For a moment, it feels almost normal, almost safe. But then Jenna leans closer, voice low. "You okay, Kai? You've been off." I paste on a smile. "I'm fine." "You say that like it's your PIN code," she mutters. By noon, the nausea hits. I barely make it to the bathroom in time, bracing against the cold tile, breath shallow. My stomach knots, then eases. I stare at myself in the mirror. Pale skin, tired eyes, curls frizzing at the edges. Not showing yet, but my body knows. My secret is growing, tugging at me, demanding to be acknowledged. I press a hand against my belly. A whisper of a life. Mine. The thought terrifies and steadies me at the same time. I should feel crushed by the weight of it. Instead, I feel fiercely protective. But how long until someone notices? Until Carter or Marla cracks a joke about how often I run to the bathroom? Until Margaret notices a curve where there wasn't one before? Quitting feels like the only option. Disappearing before anyone puts the pieces together. But leaving Reed Tower means giving up everything I've built here. My name, my competence, my small slice of independence. It means giving Margaret and Penelope the victory they salivate for. And it means leaving David, even though he's already gone. The first text comes at 1:14 a.m. "You look tired today. Don't push yourself too hard." I freeze, staring at the glow of the screen. At first I tell myself it's a wrong number, but then another pings. "Blue suits make you glow. I wore navy yesterday." My throat tightens. I check the locks 3 times, then 4. They're engaged. Still, I can't shake the feeling of eyes in the dark corners of my apartment. The next morning, An envelope waits under my door. No name, just a photo. Me, asleep. My curls messy on the pillow, my mouth slightly open. Taken from inside my apartment. I rip it to shreds, but the pieces tremble in my shaking hands. Even when I destroy it, the image clings to my skin. Me, vulnerable, exposed, invaded. By morning, I bury myself in work. Again. Marla leans on my desk, sipping her latte. You've been here since 7. You trying to win a medal? I like the smell of disinfectant, I mutter. Your under eyes don't, she says flatly. Seriously, Kai, what's going on? I'm fine. You're a terrible liar, Carter calls out. Blink twice if it's an ex, Marla says. Blink once if it's a new guy, Jenna adds. Blink 3 times if it's David, Carter finishes, grinning. Blink 4 times if you want me to throw Carter off the roof, Marla says. Tempting, I murmur, and they all laugh. The sound warms me for a second. But then my phone buzzes in my bag, and ice crawls up my spine. Another text, sweet dreams. I don't look at the sender. I don't need to. That night, I curl into bed, the city lights spilling across my ceiling. My hand rests on my stomach, protective. David's face won't leave me. His voice. I never forgot. His desperation when he said my name. The fury in his eyes when his mother called me liability. The way Ethan twisted the knife. He wants me, but his world will never let me in. I whisper into the dark, to the life inside me. It's okay. I've got you. Even if I'm alone. Especially if I'm alone. The words tremble, but I force them steady. Because I don't have the luxury of falling apart anymore. I can't be David's liability. I can't be Penelope's casualty. I can't be Ethan's story. I can only be a mother. And I will protect this baby, even if it means walking away from everything else.
Chapter 22. David. The Reed estate study has never felt like home. It's a cage with polished bars, books you don't touch, portraits of ancestors who look like they'd rather spit than smile, and contracts stacked like bricks. I sit in the middle of it with a glass of scotch in hand, watching the amber catch the light. It doesn't burn the way I want it to. Not like the echo of Kylie's voice when she told me to end it. The door opens without a knock. Ethan Vale steps in, jacket slung over one shoulder, smirk in place like he never left. Margaret said you'd be sulking in here. Scotch before noon? Bold choice. I don't look up. Since when do you run errands for my mother? Since she signs my checks again, he says easily, dropping into the chair opposite me. Risk consulting pays well. Besides, you've been dodging me since yesterday's spectacle. Thought I'd give you a chance to explain before I assume you've completely lost it. I set the glass down with a sharp clink. I never forgot. Ethan raises a brow. Forgot what? The deal. The arrangement. Kylie. His grin falters. Wait, you're telling me you remembered everything? This whole fiancé amnesia act you've been playing was a lie? Yes. I push off the desk, pacing. I let her believe it. Because it bought me time. Because it kept her safe. He snorts. Safe? You turned your secretary, hell, your lust buddy, into Florence Nightingale. That's not safe. That's insane. I round on him. You don't get it. You never did. Yes, it started as a deal. Just sex, no strings. My rules, her boundaries. It worked because neither of us had room for more. I got to feel human without giving my mother leverage, and she got to... I cut myself off, jaw tight. She got to choose. Ethan leans forward, eyes narrowing. And you thought that was sustainable? It was supposed to be. I rake a hand through my hair. But then I started using it. Using her. Every board dinner, every gala, every time my mother tried to push Penelope into my lap, I leaned on Kylie. She was the shield, the distraction. She made it impossible for Mom to play her games cleanly. Ethan lets out a low whistle. So you paraded your lust buddy in front of your mother to block an arranged marriage? Bold move, Reed. Almost respectable if it weren't so goddamn reckless. I stopped pacing, fists clenched at my sides. It stopped being about convenience. Somewhere between the late nights at the office and the mornings when she made me laugh before I'd even had coffee, it stopped being the deal we made. I fell harder than I should have. Ethan studies me, expression unreadable. So that's why you lied. The amnesia thing. Because if you admitted you remembered, she'd walk. I nod once. And I couldn't let her. Not with the stalker still circling. Not with Mom breathing down her neck. Pretending she was essential to my recovery kept her untouchable, at least for a while. And in the process, Ethan says, voice sharp, you broke the only rule that made your deal work. Honesty. She trusted you to keep it clean, and you dirtied it with lies. The words hit harder than I expect, because they're true. He leans back, arms crossed. You've always been reckless with women, but this is different. Kylie isn't like Penelope or the others. She won't forgive you because you throw her diamonds or a board seat. She wanted choice. You robbed her of it. I gripped the edge of the desk, knuckles white. I did it to protect her. You did it to protect yourself from losing her, he counters. My jaw tightens. Maybe both. But it doesn't change what I feel now. No more lies. No more deals. If I get her back, it's with the truth. All of it. For a long moment, Ethan just stares. The silence is thick, heavy, the kind that reminds me of dorm nights after fights when we both refused to speak first. Finally, he shakes his head. You're insane. You've tied yourself to a woman my mother thinks is a liability, your mother thinks is disposable, and the board thinks is scandal. You'll bring the whole damn tower down around you. I meet his gaze steady, then let it fall. Without her, it's just glass and contracts. Ethan exhales, almost laughing. God help us all. Margaret's going to crucify you. She can try, I mutter. But this time, I'm not hiding behind lies. This time, I'm fighting with truth. Ethan studies me one last time, then grabs his jacket. Well, for once I actually believe you. Just don't expect me to save you when it burns. He leaves, the door shutting softly behind him. I stand there alone, the silence pressing in, but lighter somehow. The secret's out. The lie is dead. Now there's only one path left, honesty. And if it kills me, so be it. Because for Kylie, I'd rather burn in truth than survive in lies.
Chapter 23. Kylie. The first photo waits for me in the morning mail. At first glance, it looks like any candid shot. David and me leaving Reed Tower together, his hand brushing the small of my back, my face tilted up toward him in mid-smile. But the angle is wrong. Too close, too deliberate. And when I flip it over, my stomach lurches. He doesn't belong to you. The words are written in heavy black ink, jagged strokes carving into the cardstock. I slam the envelope shut, fingers trembling. For a long moment, I just sit there at my kitchen counter, coffee growing cold beside me, the world narrowing to the photo. It's not the first time I've felt watched. The texts, the photo of me sleeping, the unlocked door. But this is proof. This is possession disguised as warning. Fear spreads through my chest like ice water. Should I go to the police? File a report? But I can already hear their voices. Do you have proof of danger? He just sent photos, Miss Morgan. Maybe it's a fan. Maybe it's your boss himself. And God forbid they think it's David. That rumor would destroy him. So I do what I always do. I fold the fear tight and tuck it into my ribs, where no one else can see it. The bullpen hums louder than usual, phones buzzing, Carter pacing like a general about to lead troops into battle. "Okay, team," he announces, slapping a stack of papers onto his desk. "Facilities claims the AC is fixed. I vote we test it by setting Marla's desk on fire and seeing if the sprinklers work." "Charming," Marla mutters, sipping her latte. "Test your own desk, hotshot." "Mine's too important," Carter says solemnly. Jenna peers over her monitor. "Important for what?" "Storing your dating rejection letters?" Carter gasps. "I'll have you know I'm very popular on apps. I just prefer to keep the mystery alive." "Yeah, because your photos look like stock images," Marla fires back. I can't help it. A laugh slips out. It startles me, foreign in my own throat. Carter perks up. "Ah, see?" Kylie laughs. My humor is validated. "I'm laughing at you, not with you," I say, shaking my head. "Details," he shoots back. "Still counts." The banter bounces around me like warm sunlight. For a moment, I forget the envelope in my bag, the words burned into the back of that photo. But when the laughter fades, my hands still feel cold. By late afternoon, I can't focus. Every time I glance up, I think I see someone lingering too long near the elevators, staring a little too hard through the glass. When I walk to the bathroom, my skin prickles like eyes are on me. "Kai," Jenna's voice startles me. She's leaning in my doorway, brow furrowed. "You're jumpy. Like, extra jumpy. What's going on?" I force a smile. "Just tired. Long week." "It's Tuesday," she says dryly. Marla pops her head in. "If you need a day off, take one. Carter and I can keep the ship afloat." "Sort of." "Barely," Carter calls from across the floor. "See?" Marla mutters. I shake my head, clutching my tablet tighter. I'm fine. Really. They exchange a look that says they don't buy it, but they let me go. That night, the second envelope waits under my door. Inside, another photo. This time, David and me at the retreat. He's laughing, head tilted back, and I'm staring at him like he hung the stars. The moment had felt private, intimate, safe. But someone else had been there, watching, capturing, claiming. On the back, the same scrawled handwriting. "He never belonged to you." My knees nearly give. I stagger to the kitchen, spreading both photos on the counter. Together they tell a story I can't refute. I'm being watched, closely, intimately, by someone who wants me to believe I've stolen what isn't mine. Fear swallows me whole. My locks, my deadbolts, my curtains, all suddenly feel like toys. I pick up my phone, thumb hovering over David's name. The urge to call him is a physical ache. I want his voice, his steadiness, his fury on my behalf. But I don't press it. Because the truth still stings. He lied to me. He remembered. And he let me carry the weight of forgetting alone. I miss him. God, I miss him. But fear builds higher walls than pride ever could. So I set the phone down. And I stand alone in the shadows. I press a hand over my stomach, whispering into the silence. I'll keep us safe. I promise. But the shadows don't care about promises. They wait, they watch, and tonight, they feel closer than ever. Chapter 24. Kylie. The tower is too polished for how broken I feel. Chrome gleams, glass walls sparkle, interns hustle like ants with clipboards. From the outside, everything looks seamless. Inside me, fractured. I never forgot. David's words still crawl under my skin. That lie, that truth. I miss him so badly it aches like a bruise. But missing him doesn't make me safe. So I bury it. I step into the bullpen, tablet in hand, face neutral. The crew is already in rare form. "Breaking news," Carter announces, leaning dramatically against Marla's desk. "Society goddess Penelope Harrington has been spotted in our sacred halls. Dressed in white naturally, because apparently she's auditioning for sainthood." Marla sips her latte, unimpressed. White is impractical. Only psychopaths and magazine covers wear white to the office. "Correction," Jenna chimes in. "Rich psychopaths." "Or cult leaders," Carter adds. I hide my smile, setting a stack of files down. "Careful. She might hear you." And Penelope strikes me as the type who doesn't sue for defamation. She sues for sport. Marla claps. Kylie with the kill shot. "Thank you," I say, bowing slightly. Carter puts a hand to his heart. "Careful, Kentucky. If you keep this up, Penelope might consider you a threat." "Good," Jenna says. "Somebody needs to knock her off her marble pedestal." Their laughter rolls through the bullpen, and I let it wash over me. For a few precious minutes, it feels like the world is simple again, just colleagues ribbing the elite. But the prickle at the back of my neck is there. That uncanny sense of being watched. When I return from dropping a file in records, there's a sticky note on my keyboard. "Smile more. He likes it." My breath catches. Carter leans over, squinting. "New fan club?" "Just another motivational note," I say lightly, peeling it off with steady hands. "Maybe HR's trying out pep talks." Marla rolls her eyes. "Creepy pep talks." "Depends on the font," Carter mutters. I crumple the note, toss it in the trash, and laugh with them. On the surface, I'm unbothered, but inside, my heart is slamming against my ribs because the handwriting isn't mine, and no one else has been at my desk. By midday, whispers ripple through the tower. "Is Reed in today?" someone asks. "Haven't seen him." He's never this quiet unless something's brewing. I keep my head down, typing, pretending not to hear, but each word cuts. I ache to know what he's doing, if he's thinking of me, if his silence is strategy or heartbreak. I miss him, but I can't reach for him. Not now. Not when I'm already being watched from shadows. At lunch, I grab a sandwich and eat it at my desk. When I return from the break room, my bag isn't where I left it. It's shifted slightly, closer to the chair. I unzip it. The envelope inside, the one with the old photos, is heavier. Hands trembling, I pull it out. Inside are new pictures. One of me sleeping again. Taken from closer this time. One of me at my desk. Today, hair pinned up, pen in hand, Carter leaning in to crack a joke. On the back, more jagged ink. "You don't deserve him." My throat closes. Whoever it is, they're here, in the tower. I shove the envelope back into my bag, force myself to breathe, to walk, to smile at Marla when she waves. But every step feels like an act on a stage where the audience is hostile. The tower empties by 7. I linger until almost 9, pretending to work, really just delaying the moment I'll have to leave. The garage is too quiet when I finally step in. My heels echo off the concrete. I grip my keys like a weapon. Shadows stretch long across the floor. My car door is locked, but when I slide in, the seat feels wrong. Too far back, like someone taller sat here. I drive home with my pulse in my throat. Inside my apartment, I triple-check every lock. Bolts, chains, latches. Then head to the bedroom and freeze. The window. Unlocked. Wide enough for a hand to slip through. I know I locked it. I'll always lock it. My knees nearly give out as I slam it shut, yank the latch, pull the curtains tight. My breath comes in shallow gasps, but I force myself to steady. Then my phone buzzes. I grab it from the nightstand. One new message. No words, just a photo of me, standing at the window, right now. The phone slips from my hand.
Chapter 25. David. I don't knock like a stranger. I knock like a man who has no intention of being ignored. 3 sharp raps. A pause. Then 2 more. Kylie, I say, my voice pitched low enough that it can't be mistaken for anyone else's. It's me. Open the door. Silence answers. Then her voice muffled through the wood. You should leave. No, I say, not tonight. Not until I say this. I hear the scrape of the chain. The door opens a fraction. Her face is pale, her curls pulled into a hasty knot, eyes still too wide from whatever message hit her phone before I knocked. She looks like she hasn't slept in days, and she's still the most alive thing I've ever seen. You're not welcome, she says flatly. I know, I admit, but I'm asking for 5 minutes. Then I'll go. Her lips press together hard enough to blanch, but she steps back and the chain slides free. Her apartment is small, but tonight it feels like a fortress under siege. Every bolt on the door engaged, every curtain drawn tight, lamps glowing like nervous sentries. And still, she doesn't look safe. She stands with her arms crossed like armor. If you came here to lie again, you can turn right back around. I shake my head. No lies. Not anymore. You already know I faked the amnesia. You know I twisted what we had into something it was never meant to be. Tonight I'm here to tell you the one thing I didn't say clearly enough. I was wrong. And I'm sorry. She lets out a sharp laugh, brittle as glass. Sorry? You think that word covers it? No, I say simply. But it's where I have to start. I take a step forward, but not too close. Kylie, when we started, it was a deal. No strings, no hearts, just bodies. I told myself I could manage that you were my escape valve, my release, I break off, shaking my head. But that was never the truth. Even then, it was more. I just didn't have the courage to name it. Her chin lifts, eyes flashing. More? You mean convenient? A convenient body? A convenient distraction when your mother came circling with her pearls and contracts? No. My voice sharpens because she deserves clarity, not convenient. Essential. You were the only thing that made me feel real in a life built on legacy and lies. And instead of telling you that, I hid behind the deal. Because I thought if I admitted how much you meant, you'd leave. And when the accident gave me a perfect excuse, I used it. I made you my lifeline without ever giving you the truth you deserved. Her arms tighten across her chest, but her voice shakes when she fires back. Do you know how that felt? Being your arrangement? Knowing that while I was losing myself in you, you were categorizing me, filing me under acceptable distraction? Yes, I say, fierce, and I hate myself for letting you feel that way. Because you were never just a distraction, Kylie. You were never just my body's answer. You are the woman I love. The words hang there heavy, raw, unadorned. She laughs again, softer this time, but edged. You make it sound so neat. You love me, therefore I'm supposed to forget you lied to me, used me, risked me. No, I cut in. You don't owe me forgiveness. I'll take your anger, your silence, your fury. But I won't let you keep believing you were only my lust buddy. You weren't. You aren't. You're everything I wanted and was too much of a coward to admit. Her eyes blaze, but her voice drops low. And what if I don't want to be your everything, David? What if I just wanted to be enough? The words gut me. I take another step closer, careful, deliberate. Then let me spend every day proving you are more than enough. That I don't want you because you complete a deal or keep my mother at bay or warm my bed. I want you because you're you. Because no other person has ever made me laugh at 2 a.m. No one else has ever looked me in the eye and told me I'm not the sun, just because the building reflects me. No other has ever made me feel like a man instead of a title. Her breath stutters. Her arms loosen slightly, though her eyes are still sharp. You should have said this before. You should have said this when it mattered. I know. My voice is low, rough, and I'll regret that forever. But I'm saying it now, and I'll keep saying it every day until either you believe me or you tell me to stop. We're too close now. I can feel the heat of her anger, the pulse beneath her skin. Her breath comes fast, matching mine. You drive me insane, she whispers. Likewise, I murmur. Her lips part, not an invitation but in the sharp intake of someone who wants to scream, or kiss, or both. You think I'll just fall into your arms because you finally admitted it? She challenges. No. I let a small raw smile touch my mouth. But if you ever do, it won't be because of lies. It'll be because you chose me, knowing everything. Her hand twitches at her side like she wants to shove me away or pull me closer. And then, from the night outside, a sound breaks the taut thread between us. The metallic creak of a fire escape shifting under weight. We both freeze. Her phone buzzes on the counter. A new message flashes across the screen. He doesn't love you. He never will. The window rattles. Kylie's eyes fly to mine, wide with terror. I step forward, closing the last inches between us, my voice a vow. He's wrong, and I'll prove it.
Chapter 26. Kylie. The phone is still buzzing on the counter, the stalker's words glowing like poison. He doesn't love you. He never will. The fire escape groans outside the window, a metallic echo of the fear already clawing through me. David steps closer, blocking the window with his body, his voice a vow edged with steel. He's wrong, and I'll prove it. My chest tightens, fury colliding with terror, colliding with something hotter, more dangerous. Want. God help me, I want him. I should scream. I should throw him out, bolt the door, call the police. But when I look at him, jaw set, eyes burning, every line of him vibrating with the same storm ripping through me, my body doesn't move toward safety. It moves toward him. You don't get to decide for me, I snap, stepping into his space. His nostrils flare, then decide. The challenge crackles between us, combustible. My breath hitches. My hands fist at my sides. His chest rises hard, shallow. And then we collide. His mouth crashes against mine, all teeth and heat, a kiss that's part fury, part hunger. I taste the scotch he abandoned, the apology he tried to give, the lie he buried under love. I hate him. I want him. I can't breathe without him. Well, things are heating up here. You know what to do. Go to BWWM to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story. The room is quiet but for our breathing, ragged, uneven, still tethered by the aftershocks of what we did on this couch. His forehead rests against mine, his chest slick with sweat against mine, and for a long beat, it feels like the world is just us, tangled and alive. David, my voice wavers. I'm pregnant. Everything stills. His body goes rigid, his breath catches. For a terrifying moment, I think silence will answer me, but then his eyes meet mine, stunned, yes, but blazing with something deeper. His hand trembles as it slides down, covering mine on my stomach. You're carrying my child? The words are reverent, whispered like a prayer. I nod, tears burning hot. I didn't know how to tell you. I kept waiting for the right time, but then everything with your mother and the stalker, and us, my throat closes. I was scared. I didn't want to add to the weight you were already carrying. His jaw flexes, not with anger, but with hurt. Why didn't you trust me with this? Don't you know I would have wanted to carry it with you? I do trust you, I whisper. But I didn't trust the world around us. I didn't want to give your mother another weapon to use against us. And I didn't want you to feel trapped, like our deal, like me, was a chain. For a moment, he just looks at me, eyes raw, chest heaving. Then he cups my cheek, his thumb brushing away a tear I didn't know had fallen. His voice is low but steady. Listen to me, Kylie. You are not a chain. You're my freedom. And this baby, our baby, it's not a trap. It's a gift. One I will protect. One I will treasure. Just like I will protect and treasure you. My heart stutters. You mean that? He presses his forehead to mine again, breathing me in like an oath. With everything I am, I'll take care of you. Both of you. Not because I have to, but because I want to. Because I can't imagine my life without you. The tears spill now, unstoppable. But for the first time in weeks, they're not born of fear. They're born of relief. And in the quiet after the storm, wrapped in his arms, I let myself believe. Oh, honey, subtle is not on the menu. This bundle, it's big, it's bold, it's extra as hell, just like you deserve.
9 full-length audiobooks, 12-pack abs, billion-dollar bank accounts, and a whole lot of filthy, over-the-top love.
We're talking possessive bad boys, jealous billionaires, growling alpha males who act like you hung the damn moon. And the steam? Baby, it's off the charts.
These men don't flirt. They claim.
And guess what? This beautifully chaotic romance buffet is already 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40.
Click the link, use the code, and dive into the messy, crazy, all-consuming love you've always dreamed of.
The over-the-top romance audiobook bundle, because too much is never enough.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 27. David. I thought I knew monsters. Men in suits who gutted companies, board members who smiled while they sharpened knives. But I wasn't prepared for the monster that wore a joke like armor and a smile like camouflage. Carter. The investigators gave me the evidence. Late-night access logs, photos hidden in his apartment, his fingerprints on Kylie's desk when no one should have been there. Still, some part of me resisted the truth. Carter, the loudmouth, the clown, the harmless pest. But the mask cracks in front of me and there's no denying it anymore. I hear Kylie's voice before I see her. It's thin, tight. Carter, you need to step back. I round the corner and freeze. He has her cornered near the elevators, his arm braced against the wall above her. His face, usually split by an easy grin, is twisted, eyes wild, mouth snarling words I can barely believe. You think you're better than me now? He spits. Just because he picked you? Because he dragged you into his world with his money and his lies? I was here first, Kylie. I listened. I cared. I made you laugh when he barely looked at you. Her hands are up, placating, but I see the tremor in her fingers. Carter, please, you're scaring me. Scaring you? His laugh is unhinged. No, sweetheart, I'm the only one who hasn't been using you. You think I don't know? You think I didn't hear? You were just his lust buddy, a deal, a warm body for a cold man. Kylie flinches, her arms crossing over her middle, instinctively protective. And that's when he sees it. His eyes narrow, drop to where her hands shield her stomach. The realization slams into him. You're pregnant. The words rip from him, low and guttural. His chest heaves. You let him put a baby in you. Kylie pales, her mouth opening in shock. And Carter snaps. With a roar, he lunges, grabbing her by the arm and yanking her forward. She stumbles, her heel catching on the floor, and she crashes to the ground, a gasp tearing from her throat. Carter, stop! She cries, curling on instinct, her arms still shielding her belly. The sight detonates something inside me. I see red. I'm across the corridor in seconds. ripping him off her with a force that shakes the wall. He swings at me, wild and clumsy, but my fist connects with his jaw before he can land it. The crunch reverberates through my knuckles, but I don't stop. "You touched her!" I snarl, slamming him against the steel of the elevator. My forearm presses to his throat, pinning him. "You dared lay a hand on her!" He spits blood, grinning through the madness. "She was supposed to be mine. Not your trophy, not your baby factory. Mine." I slam him harder. The steel groans. "She'll never be yours. She's my family." Kylie's voice pierces through the haze, trembling but firm. "David, please, don't." But Carter laughs, high and cracked. "You think he loves you? He doesn't. He lied about you, about everything. You were never anything more than—" I punch him again. His head snaps back, blood spraying his lip. "Say it again," I growl. "Say it, and I swear—" Oh, hands grab me. Alvarez, Sienna, 2 guards, dragging me off before I cave his skull in. My chest heaves, fury boiling, every muscle straining to go back and finish what I started. Carter thrashes as they pin him, screaming Kylie's name, shouting about love, about betrayal, about how she was supposed to see him. He looks deranged, froth on his lips, his voice breaking as they drag him toward the doors. Kylie is on the ground, her hair spilled across her shoulders, her arms trembling as they still shield her stomach. I drop to my knees beside her, pulling her into my arms. "It's over," I whisper fiercely, rocking her against me even as my own hands shake. "He's gone. You're safe. I swear to you, you're safe now." Her voice cracks. "He knew! He knew about us, about the baby." My chest tightens, fury roaring anew. "Then let that be the last thing he ever knew about you. Because he'll never come near you again. I'll make damn sure of it." Her tears soak my shirt, hot and desperate. I press my lips to her temple, holding her as if I could absorb her fear, her pain, her trembling. In that moment, I understand with clarity sharper than any boardroom epiphany. Protecting her isn't about duty or deals, or even love anymore. It's about survival. Kylie, our child, my family. And if the world wants to test me again, if anyone dares touch what's mine, I will burn everything in my path to ash.
Chapter 28. Kylie. Even with Carter behind bars, the air feels poisoned. The tower hasn't stopped buzzing about it, about the quiet, sarcastic Carter who turned out to be dangerous, delusional. Every corner I turn, I can feel eyes on me, whispers that cut off when I enter the room. The secretary, the scandal, the baby. I try to bury myself in work, keeping my head down, but the phantom echoes don't stop. Carter's voice still stalks me in my dreams. Lust buddy, deal, baby factory. At night, I check the locks 3 times, sometimes 4. David's hand is always there, steady on my back, his voice a low anchor. "You're safe. I've got you." But deep down, I wonder, for how long? I should have known it was coming. The summons, the chill in the assistant's voice when she said, "Mrs. Reed would like a word." Margaret doesn't wait for me to sit. She doesn't pour tea, doesn't smile. She paces her study like a hawk, and I am the mouse she intends to pick apart. Her eyes sweep over me, my blouse, the faint tremor in my hands, the way I instinctively hover a palm near my stomach, and the disdain sharpens. "You've caused quite the spectacle," she begins, smooth as glass. "First this affair, then Carter's breakdown, right under our noses. Do you have any idea what this does to David? To our family name?" My spine stiffens. Carter was unstable. That isn't on me. "No?" Her eyebrow arches. "You paraded around this office, blind to his attention, letting him orbit you while you clung to David like a life raft. Tell me, did you even notice Carter watching you? Or were you too busy enjoying the spotlight of being attached to a reed? My nails bite into my palms. I didn't want any spotlight. She circles closer, her perfume sharp, invasive. Don't play the martyr, Kylie. You've been his secretary, his mistress, and now, what? The mother of his child? A child born out of scandal, out of some transactional bedroom arrangement? Her lip curls. Do you think that makes you fit to stand beside him in the life he was born to lead? The words hit harder than they should, because they echo my own worst fears. I fold my arms across my stomach, protective, shame prickling like fire under my skin. Margaret presses harder, sensing the crack. You'll ruin him. Do you understand? The board will eat this alive. The investors will recoil. The Reeds have spent generations building an empire, and you... She stabs the air with a finger. You're going to tear it down just by existing in his orbit. If you love him, even a fraction of what you claim, you'll walk away before it's too late. The room tilts. For a second, I let myself imagine it. Walking away. Leaving David, leaving the tower, taking the baby and starting somewhere no one knows me. Safe, maybe, but alone. My throat burns. So what, I just disappear? Pretend none of this ever happened? Pretend he doesn't matter to me? Margaret's smile is cold, victorious. Exactly. That's the first truly decent thing you could do for him. I carry her words with me like stones, heavy and bruising. When I find David later, he's in his office. Papers are spread across his desk. Not contracts for new mergers, not pitches, but legal documents, trust agreements, shareholder seats. What are you doing? My voice comes out sharper than I intend. He looks up, eyes shadowed but clear. Ending it. Ending what? My mother's leverage. He taps the papers. I'm signing it all over. My board seat, my voting power, every string she's ever held against me. If she wants the empire, she can have it. The words punch the air from my lungs. David, you can't. I can. He cuts in. And I will. If that's the cost of keeping you safe, keeping our baby safe, then it's not a sacrifice. It's a freedom. I stumble closer, tears stinging. You'd give up everything? Everything you've worked for, everything you've carried? He rises, crosses to me in 3 strides, takes my trembling hands in his. His touch is warm, steady. You are everything. Not the tower, not the board, not my mother's empire. You and this child. My vision blurs. Margaret's words fight for space in my head. Walk away before you destroy him. But they falter in the face of this. Of him. Because this isn't weakness. This isn't him being destroyed. This is him choosing. Choosing me. Choosing us. Margaret wanted me to walk away for love. But this is what love looks like. David standing in front of me, ready to burn down a legacy just to keep me safe. Walking away wouldn't be love. It would be cowardice. I press my forehead to his, my tears slipping free. Then we fight. You and me. No more pretending. No more running. His grip tightens. His lips brush mine, soft but certain. Together. Always. For the first time since Carter's mask cracked, since Margaret sharpened her knives, since this whole charade began, I feel it. Safety. Not because the world has stopped biting, but because I'm not.
Chapter 29. David. The Reed Foundation Gala glitters with every ounce of money my family could polish into diamonds. Chandeliers blaze, silver trays clink with champagne flutes. The city's elite whisper behind sequined masks of civility. This should have been my mother's night. A coronation of legacy. A carefully orchestrated tableau. Margaret Reed in control, her son beside Penelope Harrington, the empire secured. But not tonight. Kylie sits beside me, emerald silk flowing like molten light. She holds herself still, but I feel the tremor in her hand under the table. I squeeze it once, grounding her, grounding myself. She looks at me with wide, steady eyes, and I know this is the moment. My mother takes the stage first, regal as ever. Her voice carries with the weight of centuries. "Legacy is not a privilege," she intones, "but a responsibility. The Reeds have always chosen duty over desire, sacrifice over selfishness. That is what has preserved our name, our empire, and what will preserve it for generations to come." Her eyes flick toward Penelope, radiant in white pearls, and then to me, a message in a glance. When she finishes, the applause is polite, expectant. The room knows the real theater is still to come. I take the microphone. The ballroom hushes. "For years," I say, my voice carrying clear, "I believed my life was not my own, that I belonged to legacy, to duty, to contracts written before I was even born. Tonight I want to tell you all something else." A ripple moves through the crowd. My mother's smile stiffens. "I will not marry Penelope Harrington!" Gasps explode. Cameras flash like lightning. Penelope's polite mask slips, her lips parting, her eyes sharp with fury. Margaret rises instantly. "David, sit down! This isn't the time—" "No, Mother," I cut her off. "This is exactly the time." Penelope glides forward, poise sharpened into steel. She takes the microphone from its stand with the grace of a practiced socialite. "David," she says sweetly, but the venom underneath is unmistakable. "You don't want to embarrass yourself, or Kylie, or the Reed family name. We both know this is temporary. Whatever arrangement you've had with your secretary is not the foundation of an empire." Her gaze sweeps the crowd, calculated, theatrical. "Love, after all, is fickle. Legacy is not." I step toward her, voice hard. "What's fickle is pretending a contract is worth more than a heart." Penelope tilts her head, her smile razor sharp. "You're throwing away centuries of power for what? A fling? A child that was never supposed to happen?" The murmurs spike. My blood boils. "She's not a fling!" I snap, my voice cutting through the noise. I look straight at Kylie, who sits trembling but unbroken. She is my future. She is the woman I love, and if being with her means stepping away from the Reed Empire, then so be it. I will walk away tonight. The ballroom detonates. Gasps, whispers, paparazzi bulbs bursting like fireworks. Penelope freezes, color flooding her cheeks, her composure cracking at last. "Unbelievable," she hisses. "You'll regret this." "No," I say, my voice calm, resolute. "The only regret I'd have is letting someone else dictate my life. Letting someone else take Kylie from me. That will never happen." Margaret's fury could burn the chandeliers down. "You reckless fool. Do you understand what you've just done?" "Yes," I answer, steady. "For the first time, I do." I turn back to the microphone, ignoring the chaos. Let the record show. I am done being ruled by fear, by contracts, by a legacy that never belonged to me. From this moment forward, I choose love. I chose Kylie Morgan. She is my family. She is my legacy. And no board seat or surname will ever outweigh that. Kylie rises, trembling but proud, her emerald gown shimmering under the lights. She takes my hand in both of hers. For the first time, she doesn't shrink from the spotlight. She stands beside me, claiming her place as the cameras capture everything. The flashes aren't scandal anymore. They're history. And as Margaret seethes, Penelope disappears into whispers, and the Empire trembles. I know this is not the end. It's our beginning.
Chapter 30. Kylie. The world knows now. Every headline is about us, about him. Reed heir rejects empire for secretary. The mistress who became the mistress of it all. Some cruel, some mocking, some almost reverent, as if love were a foreign concept in their cold, gilded circles. For once, I don't care. Because last night, in a ballroom dripping with chandeliers and judgment, David looked at me, not the cameras, not his mother, not the empire, and said I was his future, and I believed it. The next morning, we hide out in his penthouse. The curtains are drawn, the phone silenced. Just us. David sits sprawled on the sofa, newspaper in hand, reading society columns like they're bad comedy. Reed scandal, emerald gown, emerald trap. He snorts. Apparently your dress hypnotized me into rebellion. I throw a cushion at him. Don't read that garbage out loud. He catches it effortlessly, smirking. Oh, come on. This one's good. Secretary seduces Reed heir. Empire collapses in silk sheets. My cheeks burn. I hate them. You love me, he counters. I love you in spite of you quoting them. Semantics. His grin softens into something boyish, unguarded. Admit it. You're secretly impressed they think you brought down an empire with nothing but a dress and a glare. I burst out laughing, the sound surprising even me. It's been weeks since laughter has felt natural. His eyes drink it in like it's his favorite sound in the world. The laughter fades into a quiet hum. David sets the paper aside and pulls me into his lap, his forehead brushing mine. Kylie, he says softly, I need you to hear this. I never wanted to trap you. Not with the deal, not with my mother's schemes, not even with the baby. Every choice I made, good and terrible, I made because I wanted to free you from fear, from always thinking you had to survive alone. My throat tightens. You already did. Even when I fought you, even when I thought I couldn't trust you, you were the one thing I held on to. His hand cups my cheek, steady and warm. So let me keep holding you. Let me keep fighting. With you, not for you. Before I can answer, he shifts. And suddenly David Reed, the man who once thought vulnerability was weakness, the man who's carried an empire on his shoulders, is kneeling on the floor in front of me. My breath catches. David, I don't have a ring yet, he says, voice rough. Because I didn't plan to do this today. But I can't wait. I don't want another second to go by where you wonder if I chose you because of duty, or scandal, or the baby. I'm choosing you because I love you. Because you're it. You've always been it. Tears blur my vision. You don't have to do this? I want to. His eyes blaze with certainty. I don't care if the world calls you my secretary, my scandal, my ruin. You are my partner, my equal, my wife, if you'll have me. The room tilts, my heart pounding so hard it hurts. He is everything I never thought I could have. Love, choice, freedom. Yes, I whisper, the word breaking on a sob. Not because of the baby, not because of your mother, not because anyone says I should, but because I love you, and I want forever with you. Relief floods his face, raw and unguarded. He rises, pulling me into his arms, spinning me once until my laughter spills out again through tears. He kisses me, slow and reverent, and it feels like sealing a promise carved in blood and bone. Later, curled against him on the sofa, his hand warm over my stomach, I let myself imagine it. Not the Reed Empire, not contracts or arranged names, a home filled with love, a baby's laughter echoing down hallways, a man who chose me and whom I chose right back. I stop surviving, I start dreaming, and every dream begins and ends. Chapter 31. Kylie. The chapel isn't enormous, but it feels full. Full of love, laughter, and people who matter. Instead of society's elite, the pews hold the faces I never thought would witness a day like this. Jenna sits in the second row, practically glowing, snapping candid photos even before the ceremony starts. She mouths, "You look like a goddess," and I nearly trip on my own dress laughing. Marla's next to her, elegant in soft lavender, clutching tissues she swore she wouldn't need. Her smile is wide, fierce, the kind of smile that tells me she'd fight anyone who dared ruin this day for me. Behind them are my colleagues turned friends, the ones who whispered encouragement when the gossip spread, who carried coffee to my desk when I was pale with nausea. They clap when the music swells, cheering before I even take my first step down the aisle. There's one empty seat near the front, Margaret's. She refused to come. The sight still pricks, but when I glance at David waiting at the altar, it fades into nothing. He's in a black suit that fits him like it was made by destiny, not a tailor. His eyes burn when they land on me, like the rest of the chapel could catch fire and he wouldn't notice. This is the first time I don't feel small in the spotlight. I feel infinite. My hand drifts instinctively to my stomach, where life flutters. Not a scandal, not a secret, a miracle. His gaze softens, and I see pride in it, not shame, never shame. When we finally stand together at the altar, Jenna lets out a muffled sob. Marla elbows her, and the whole chapel ripples with laughter. Our officiant smiles and nods, and suddenly it's our turn to speak. No scripts, no legacy speeches, just us. David squeezes my hands, his voice steady but thick. I spent my whole life being told love was weakness, that it would distract me from duty, destroy me, and then you walked into my office, and you destroyed me anyway, but in the best way. You freed me. You made me see that nothing I ever built mattered if you weren't there. So I vow, here and now, to keep choosing you. Always. Gasps ripple, even from my friends, but the good kind. The kind that makes Jenna dab furiously at her eyes and Marla squeeze her arm. My throat is tight, but I force a laugh through the tears as I begin mine. I never thought I'd belong in your world. I told myself I was just a secretary, just a deal, just a placeholder in someone else's story. But you showed me that I wasn't just anything. I was yours. And you were mine, and I vow from this day on to stop surviving and start living with you. The room is hushed, breathless, until Jenna lets out a loud, choked, "Oh my God," and the whole chapel bursts into warm laughter through tears. When the officiant pronounces us husband and wife, David doesn't wait. He pulls me in, kisses me like the world is watching. Because it is. The room erupts. Jenna cheers, Marla claps. Even Alvarez in the back cracks the faintest smile. And then David leans down, his lips brushing my ear as the noise swells. It was never pretend. He whispers, low and certain. It was always you. I smile through the tears, through the joy so fierce it feels like flight. Always, I whisper back. Foss, as long as I can remember, I felt it. Home. We slip away days later, into the quiet and sun and sea air. The world still hums with headlines, but we don't hear them. The sheets are tangled, the windows open. My gown is folded, his tie forgotten. There is only skin, only whispers, only love. This time, there is no pretense, no rules, no fear. Just us, building forever one touch, one laugh, one kiss at a time.